This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Monday, April 7th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. It was a crime that captured national and international headlines in 1996 on the day after Christmas when 6-year-old JonBenet Ramsey was found murdered in the basement of her family home in Boulder, Colorado. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker spoke to Michael Vale, a retired music publicist and songwriter living in California who believes his childhood friend, Gary Oliva, killed the girl. He believes that because Oliva, a convicted pedophile, told him he did.
He had called Michael Vale that night to say, I heard a girl, and he was hyperventilating. And Michael said that he'd never heard anybody be that upset about anything. So that really struck him. And the next day, when he opened the LA Times and saw that a little girl in Boulder had actually been killed, he was like, this is it. He's finally done it. So he called police and then nothing happened. This has been going on for years now.
However, in a 2019 statement following an interview that Vale did with the Daily Mail, the Boulder Police Department seemingly ruled Gary Oliva out, saying they were aware of Oliva's confessions and have investigated his potential involvement. UW President Ed Seidel is facing backlash after the demotion of a popular dean of engineering. The university's board says it demoted Cameron Wright because he lacked a compelling plan to use state funds to elevate the UW College of Engineering and Physical Sciences to nationally recognized levels of excellence. But detractors told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland that the president pushed for Wright's demotion because Wright refused to shift $500,000 from the engineering college's budget to a school run by Seidel's partner, Dr. Gabrielle Allen.
People recognizing what they call Seidel's enthusiasm for this project and the fact that his romantic partner runs that school are alleging, well, that could be behind the firing of the dean of the College of Engineering, who back in August, September last year refused to divert some College of Engineering money into the School of Computing.
The John P. Elbingen Foundation, which gives hundreds of thousands of dollars per year to UW, announced a pause in grants to the college for the spring 2025 funding cycle and beyond. The foundation's letter cited a lack of transparency surrounding Wright's deanship dismissal. Well, Generation Z has grown up digital, and many aren't choosing traditional colleges. They're packing Wyoming's trade schools, lured by shorter, cheaper programs and better job prospects. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean spoke to several young people who are proud to embody their age group's new label, the Tool Belt Generation.
They can make more money taking a trade. Having a trade lets you open your own business. You know, if you're a plumber, if you're an electrician, a welder, auto mechanics, all of these are things that lend themselves very well to opening your own business.
The vastly shorter time frames, the chance to start a business, the cheaper tuition, and the hands-on nature of the learning are among the many factors that Generation Z cite when picking trade schools over universities. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicholas and Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
When things go wrong in grizzly country, they go wrong quickly, so you have to be even quicker with your bear spray. Wyoming Game and Fish Department's Robo Bear is there to help teach people just how quick they must be to avoid a mauling. Robo Bear is a wheeled contraption with a fake bear mounted on it that can reach speeds of 20 miles per hour or more as it charges. Cowboy State Daily Crime and Courts reporter Claire McFarland and Outdoors reporter Mark Hines were among a crowd Saturday at Game and Fish Regional Headquarters in Lander, ready to face Robo Bear's charges.
The first time we did it, when we had to practice pulling it from the holsters, Clara did great. I screwed up. I would have died, but they let me have another try, and they did very well the second time.
So the first time I was like in the stance, and I had my hand on the can. You're not going to be like that if you're up in the mountains. And so I wanted to get that bear, and so I cheated, and I got the bear the first time. After that, I quit cheating, and then I didn't get the bear.
The Game and Fish instructor pointed out that, like any other defense mechanism, use of bear spray requires practice. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Most hiring algorithms would scream me out.
Some bosses couldn't see me as a leader.
I've run this place for 20 years, but I still need to prove that I'm more than what you see on paper.
I've been running code as long as I've been able to reach a keyboard.
This is what I do. It's second nature for me, coordinating 100 details at once.
It's the way my mind works. I have a very mechanical brain.
I sold them on my skills.
You gotta be so good they can't ignore you.
My magic is
Analytics and empathy. That's how I'm getting clients. You have to have the confidence in yourself to show up and defy the odds.
I'm more than who I am on paper.
I never got a college degree. And today, I'm the CEO of my own company. People want to tell me I'm one in a million, when actually I'm one of millions. Stars are all around us. It's time for them to shine.
Yeah. Welcome back for me, I guess. Yeah. Let's see if I can remember how to do this. Wyoming continues to mourn the shocking death of a young bull rider after a freak accident during an event in Texas last week. Gen Z quickly becoming known as the tool belt generation as more and more 20-somethings opt for trade schools over college. Bear spring hunting season gets underway, but watch out for those hangry Bruins. Wyoming's Eaton Ranch, the oldest dude ranch in the country, is now the number one ranked dude ranch in the United States, according to a recent USA Today annual readers poll. Wyoming's two-time spelling champion heads to nationals again. His secret? He studies the 4,000-word list constantly. A 1983 shooting rampage that killed a family of 4 and a cop is remembered by a police officer on the Gillette Police Department back in the day. And it's National Beer Drinking Day. We just might have to crack a cold, tall one as Florida faces Houston tonight for the NCAA championship. How many of your brackets got busted with the departure of Duke? I'm still excited about the women and Paige Beckers finally getting that championship that has eluded her until now. What a way to go out. She's going to be a great one, joining Caitlin Clark in the WNBA. Women can play sports. I grew up in an era where, you know, if you were desperate, full admission. I mean, you know, that's how I come up. There was no women's sports. Women played, you know, where is that cat? Here I'm getting into something. Women played not lacrosse, the game with the hockey sticks on the grass. You know, like Indian hockey. What the heck is that called? Well, I'm not surprised. I've started out the show immediately trying to remember what something is called. My memory is, it's not lacrosse. It's, croquet. It's not croquet. That's for the dainty English. They found a sport they can play while they're sipping a mint julep. No, like when the women are, it's like hockey on grass. So that's all that women did not, you know, you wouldn't watch women play sports. If you were me back in the 70s, you wouldn't, I don't even know if the WNBA was around, but you'd had to be pretty desperate. First, you would watch all the major sports, football, baseball, hockey, basketball. Then if there was nothing live on, you would watch a replay of any of those games. You would watch a football game from 15 years ago before you would watch women's sports. Then you would watch the bizarre ESPN2, ESPN3, ESPN4, 5. How many? I don't know. There's lots of ESPNs, and somewhere way down the list, they're doing ping pong. Here's the latest ping pong match from the Far East. And you would watch that before you would watch women's basketball. Or even boring soccer. But now women's basketball, thanks in great part to some great athletes, including Caitlin Clark, who's playing for Indiana now from Iowa. And now, I mean, I'm the big Paige Beckers fan. What a scene as UConn wins last night. And tonight we'll decide who's the boys' championship. The men play Florida, Houston. I don't know whose brackets might be busted. Mine, I didn't even do the bracket this year. Here's weather across the state. Where's my weather music? There we go. Sunny, breezy for the most part across Wyoming, but not, I don't see any trouble with rain or snow, although some coming into the picture tonight. Sunny, breezy in Casper, 65 the high. Evanston, you'll be sunny, highs in the upper 50s. Rock Springs, sunny, 59. Western Wyoming and Pinedale, sunny in the upper 40s. Mostly sunny in Afton with highs 52. Northwest Wyoming, DuBois, mostly sunny, breezy, mid-50s. Jackson, same, maybe 57 with plenty of sunshine. Sunny in Thermopolis with highs, get this, 71. Okay, I'll take that. Cody, sunny, breezy, 66 for a high. Buffalo, 64. Under predominantly sunny skies, upper 60s for Sheridan. Gillette, sunny with a high of 65. Newcastle, sunny and 61. Torrington, sunny, 71. Wheatland, upper 60s with plenty of sunshine. Sunshine down in the southeast part of the state as well. Cheyenne, 65. Pushing 60 in Laramie today. Plenty of sunshine. Sunny, breezy in Rawlins with highs 60 and nearly 60 in Saratoga. Yeah, that's your weather scene. I don't see any reason to look at your road conditions this morning anyway, keeping in mind that this show is often digested on demand. Whenever you want to run it back on your favorite podcast platform, you can do that. So it's not necessarily Monday morning you're going to hear us for the April 7 show. It could be Monday afternoon. It could be Tuesday by the time you get to this show. So we try to have the show kind of live in space anywhere. Yeah, roads are fine. That's it for roads. A lot of stories to dig into, and beginning with the tragedy story is just a tough one. I know this kid, met him a couple of times. I know the family. He grew up in Jackson. We're talking about the bull rider, Dylan Grant. You know, he's got a brother who's pretty good rodeo kid as well. Both of them come up just rodeoing. And man, I just wish people, you know, for those of you who kind of know rodeo and enjoy rodeo, if you've ever seen the bull riding at events, 24-year-old Dylan Grant, who was killed last week in just a tragically freak accident. I mean, these things happen very, 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 very rarely. That's not my quote. That's Dylan's dad who said that. Wade said, and he had like 4 varies in there. These things hardly ever happen, especially, I mean, this sport's dangerous. There's no doubt about it. This is a sport, bull riding, that bills itself as the world's most dangerous sport or something like that. I mean, it's not croquet. And croquet's not field lacrosse. And field lacrosse, is that the game I'm thinking of? I'm getting off topic. Women's field hockey. That's what it is. Just field hockey. Duh. Jake. Oh, and a big thank you to Shireen and Bags for covering for me. I owe you 2. Bags, you can see Bags on Saturdays. He's worked his way into the lineup. Shireen's going to be standby pinch hitting. Like, I'm sure at some point I'll break down and need more days off. But big thank you, Shireen. Way to go. It's not easy doing this show. She did a great job. Bags filling in as well. Thank you both. Yeah, women's field hockey. That's what I was thinking of. That's like the only sport. You know, women would do tennis. This is like long ago. I'm OG. This is back when women were, you know, the only sport they did was home ec. They were cooking. Women's sports were how fast they could get a cake out of the oven. And we're probably getting hate mail already. You know, I'm just kidding. But that's what it was like back in the day. And now women's sports, I mean, women play hockey better than men. Basketball better than women. Softball. There'll be a women's hardball team here before long, I bet. They wrestle. Yeah, they do all the men's sports. But not when I grew up. I'm just saying, you didn't watch women play sports because they threw the ball funny. And now I watched this woman the other day, and congrats to the Tennessee Volunteers. Tennessee, the college, has the hardest throwing pitcher in baseball, college. I think he tripped the radar the other day at 105.5 miles an hour. If you don't know baseball, that's flame throwing. 105.5 miles an hour. There's maybe one guy, maybe two in Major League Baseball getting paid millions that throw that hard. And there's the record fastball this year or ever collegiate is owned by some kid on the Tennessee Volunteers college team. The record softball pitch, speed-wise, also Tennessee Volunteers. And it's the woman, obviously, women's softball, where they pitch it underhand, 78 miles an hour. Oh, man. Yeah. Now I'm on Tennessee Volunteers baseball, and I somehow got off topic from, Dylan Grant. If you've never seen rodeo, I mean, most people have seen rodeo. You're familiar with bull riding. Dylan Grant, killed by that bull in the extreme bull riding event, PRCA. It was at Wharton County Youth Fair in Texas. About 2,500 people in the audience, in the stands, watched this accident. To them, it might have looked like just, a minor injury maybe. As Dylan came off, the bull got hung up a little bit. The bull stepped on his neck. Dylan knew something was wrong. He ran straight over to the ambulance in the corner. He was in the ambulance about as fast as it can get done. But emergency responders on scene, then later life flight, just could not resuscitate him. Just a freak thing, this 24-year-old. But what I was saying is Dylan Grant, besides being, they're all going to say the great, these things about people who are no longer with us. He was a great kid. He really was. Humble, sweet, great young man, but he was a heck of a bull rider. I mean, from juniors, junior bulls, whatever he got on, it was evident he was headed for something. And he drew his pro card, his PRCA card. He rodeoed in Jackson. He grew up in Jackson, where I am, rodeoed for the high school. And you could see him. The way he rode was so fluid. I mean, some guys are textbook. You can tell when they're riding a bull, they just know all the fundamentals and they're kind of but they know if the bull spins left, he had a way of riding where you just figure like he was just letting it loose, like whatever, I'll bet, and I never did talk to him about it, but he seems like the kind of guy who didn't probably on purpose study bulls a lot. Some bull riders want to know, the bull they draw, exactly what this bull will do. Oh, watch out for this one. He'll spin right, and then he'll change direction if you don't come off in the first 3 seconds. Or watch this one. He'll jump first, then spin, or he'll jump and spin while he's, there's a book on every bull. And all these bull riders want to know beforehand, what does he do? And the bull riders will share this information with each other. I got a feeling Dylan Grant, the way he rode when you watched him, he didn't care. He didn't want to know what the bull, like he just stuck with the bull as if he was part of the animal. He was talented. He was really, really good. And just a shocking loss. And I know there's efforts underway to do some, we'll get into it later in the morning, but there's efforts underway to do some fundraising, obviously, for the family. Also to do some memorial stuff. There's going to be a service. And then there's they're going to have a wristband, double tough for Dylan Grant. That you'll be up. There's a grassroots campaign to get a wristband going to remember him. Yeah, just we have that story. Claire McFarland wrote that story. Check it out in the Cowboy State Daily, and then you'll see stories all over the place. UW has come out with their own press release. He rode for the University of Wyoming and their rodeo team, then eventually turned pro, and that's where we saw him down there at the professional bull riding event in Texas, Extreme Bull Event. He had already ridden earlier in that night. He was the last rider of the professional bull riding that night. And things just went wrong. I have not seen the ride and probably don't want to see the ride, but according to everybody on scene, including Grant's dad, including the announcer, paramedics got to Grant pretty quickly. In fact, Grant got to them as I described. And it's just, very freak accident. These bull riders now, most of them required to wear the flak jackets, required to wear the hockey helmet, the face, like they're pretty well equipped to deal with the occasional kick or getting gored a little bit. But sometimes a bull just gets a hoof right in the wrong place where you're just not protected. The neck is one of them. And man, just hard to believe. I couldn't believe when I saw this story Friday morning that Dylan Grant was killed bull riding. I just couldn't believe it. We'll talk about more on that story later today. First, we're going to take a quick break, our first break of the day. We'll get managing editor of the Cowboy State Daily, Greg Johnson, in the room after these.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So?
So, individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
Cowboy State Daily Show continues here in hour one on a Monday, April 7. I'm having a hair day, Greg, but it is National Beer Day, so it's probably... Yeah, it's about as good as it's getting for radio. You're having one of those hair days yourself.
I am every day.
Every darn day.
Uncontrollable.
Yeah. Well, how was everything while I was gone? Shireen is pretty cool, huh? Was it fun talking to her?
I don't know. Were you gone?
Oh,
I'm just kidding.
We're gonna be that way. Yeah, I missed. I was out of country. Is Trump still president?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Just checking.
Yeah. I think the worst retaliation Mexico could have for those tariffs was sending you back to us, Jake.
Yeah. I wonder what the upcharge was. Had me come back from Mexico. Yeah. What was the tariff on me? Yeah. National Beer Day. I did what I could for the last 2 weeks working up to this day, I guess. And now my tolerance is much higher. I'm ready for more than one beer. As I watch Florida
destroy I don't know. Why would they make Monday a National Beer Day? I mean, what the heck?
Duh, I'm on a Monday. Well, Monday's when we really need one, but you would think
National
it would be...
slack off from work day, too?
Right.
Is that what it is?
Well, that goes hand in hand. As soon as you pop the top, and now productivity goes down. It'll change. It isn't necessarily always a Monday. It's April 7, and it's connected with the 1933 repeal of Prohibition. And who was the president? Woodrow Wilson? Whoever it was, he said, he infamously said, and I think I'll have a beer now after he signed something. Yeah. Did you see UConn win last night? Yesterday? It was a good game.
No, I didn't. You know what? I don't know why. This year, I paid no attention whatsoever to the college.
Oh.
To March Madness at all, men or women.
Okay.
I had no interest whatsoever. I don't know why.
Yeah, just one of those years. There wasn't a story that captivated you, or you probably didn't have time. You're so busy. But
yeah, I just didn't. Yeah, I don't know why. Usually I'll fill out a few brackets or whatever, but I didn't even think about it this year.
Well, I was happy for Paige to finally get her championship. UConn looked dominant. She's going to be fun to watch in the WNBA. Started the show this morning In the first 5 minutes, I lost all our female viewership. Anyone that Shireen gained in the 2 weeks I was gone, I lost them all in the first 5 minutes. When I said back in my day, we just didn't watch women play sports. In the 70s and 80s, like you wouldn't intentionally turn on the TV to watch a women's basketball game. It would just...
No, you would. And, I mean, it's honest to say a lot of people still won't. It's a different game, I think, although it's uncredible though to say, well, women are better at basketball than men. Well, I don't know. I mean, they play a totally different game. It's not the same. And so if you tune into a women's game expecting to see what you see in a men's game, then yeah, you're gonna say it doesn't measure up. But that's not the way they play.
I hear you. Anymore, though, I watch women play hockey. I watch women play basketball. I watched that game last night, and I saw everything I see in a minute. I'm like, I don't know. I'm still flabbergasted by what Caitlin Clark's been able to do. A step back three-pointer from well beyond the arc. I mean, she just launches. And then I watched last night, there was physicality down in the paint. These girls play hard, man. They're swinging elbows. It's very they're doing all the thing the boys do. To me, it seemed very entertaining. Didn't matter. It was like watching the men with longer hair. I don't know. I thought it was a really good game, and I'm glad for Paige. I'm not necessarily a UConn fan, but she needed to go out on a high note. Good for her.
Yeah, hockey. The women's hockey is that's a good game. When I was in Alaska, there was a few players there who were on the Olympic team, and so we followed them all pretty good. And the only thing I wish, I don't know, I might get nabbed for this one too, but. In college, it'd be nice to see a few fights, but
yeah. I don't know.
Speaking of hockey, did you see? Was it Ovechkin? Broke the record you thought would never be broken.
I know it. I know. His most goals, 895, something like that. He beats Wayne Gretzky, the great one.
Yeah, the next to the great one, I don't know.
He's the
I think he still has a whole lot more like assists and everything. So
he's the great 8, but he's not the great 1. Yeah, Gretzky was, but I mean. If I'm putting together an all-star team of any era and I'm picking players, I would only pick Montreal Canadiens because that's my team. But if I had to pick other guys, I mean, obviously Gretzky's got to be on there, but Ovechkin is the all-around game. As Ovechkin has said himself, he is the Russian machine. Russian machine don't break. He said once, like, the guy hardly is ever hurt. And obviously that's the reason he's scored so many. He's on the ice all the time. And he plays where Wayne Gretzky shied away from contact and physicality, Ovechkin invites it. He's a complete player.
Yeah.
He deserves it. Most goals in the NHL. And I don't know, maybe he can retire now. 39 years old. He might have another year left in him. I think he does. He's in great shape. Even though his routine is, have you seen whatever he drinks Diet Coke or Diet Pepsi on the bench. Most guys are doing water and Gatorade. He's drinking Diet Pepsi, and he's eating Cheetos, the flaming hot kind of Cheetos. That's his favorite food. I don't know how he does it.
Hey, whatever works, man. I interviewed a woman who was 106 once. And her son, who himself is like, in his 70s and retired, he brings her. He brought her McDonald's French fries every day.
You never know.
McDonald's French fries every day, and lived to. She finally died at 108.
You never know. I hear it, the Mediterranean diet. You got to eat seafood, and then you see somebody who's 106 chain smoker who eats French fries. It's all in the genes. It's all in something. I hope anyway, because my diet's terrible.
Yeah, after the story came out, the local McDonald's gave her a card good for free French fries for life. Well, that's really generous. You give her for life for 106 years.
She's 106 and she's been eating our fries. She's got like 2 weeks left. Let's give her this. Yeah, that's terrible. Way to go, Golden Arches. I was excited for Eaton's Ranch to be named number one, the oldest dude ranch. Anybody who knows Eaton's, I mean, you got to know Eaton's. When I first came to Wyoming, it was to work at a dude ranch. That was specifically what I was looking to do, to get out of where I was, to work at a dude ranch. I had already taken summers off and worked at a ranch in Colorado, worked at a ranch in Montana, and I was looking to work a ranch in Wyoming. And I did get offered a job at Eaton's, and stupid me didn't go there. I ended up going to Lost Creek Ranch in Jackson Hole, which is beautiful, great, but Eaton's, the history, wow.
Yeah, totally.
I mean, that's the dude ranch of dude ranches. Opened, they've been doing their thing since 1879, and now USA Today annual rankings have them the number one dude ranch. They deserve it. When you think of dude ranches, Eaton's in the short list.
Yeah, not like in California where they have those dude ranches.
Dude. Hey, dude, go grab
They're the ones wearing all the fake cowboy stuff, whatever, like the hats where you wrote that story about everybody trying to be cowboy because it's like fashionable when it's not fashion, it's function.
Dude, your saddle is so heavy. What's in the saddlebags? It's my cappuccino maker and my dude.
My moisturizer.
Yeah, I'm excited for this 8th grader, 2-time spelling bee champ, state champ. He's gonna go to the national. He'll be an underdog, but that's okay. His secret, by the way, Eli Jernigan, to how he's so good at spelling, he just does the work. Duh. He studies the list, 4,000 word list, and he studies it constantly. He's ready.
That's nuts.
Yeah,
I'm all for spelling, and I catch up.
Yeah,
but that's crazy.
It is some of the words they spell. I mean, you and I, spelling's important, and I even get frustrated with my friends texting or a Facebook comment when I see poor grammar and poor spelling. There's just no excuse. I get mad, and these are college grads. I'm like, come on. You got to know how to use your theirs.
Yeah, well, all kinds of stuff. We read through, like the letters and stuff that come in, and we get letters to the editor. People who are sometimes people will complain about us, and their letters will be so riddled with grammar and spelling and punctuation mistakes.
Right.
You're like tempted to just let it run like that. But,
yeah, you lose a lot of credibility when you can't express yourself correctly, and that's grammar and spelling. I'm sorry.
Especially when they're trying to tell us how stupid we are.
Yeah.
Or we missed the point on something, but when you're barely literate yourself, it makes it that comes off as sounding bad against illiterate people, but you got to be literate for our profession.
You do, and in a generation that now has become accustomed to their word processor or whatever you use, Microsoft Word or whatever, that's going to do the spell check for you. So it's a way to get lazy. With math, you get lazy. You got a calculator, you got all that, and with grammar and spelling, you can get lazy.
Hey, I got to tell you about this thing I saw this morning. This guy in Washington, D.C. did a social experiment. He rented a Cybertruck, and he just drove it around D.C. for a day.
Uh-oh.
He counted the number of times people gave him the bird. And he's driving around and he got the bird at least 17 times. People yelled out MFer at him. They yelled stuff just for driving around in a Cybertruck.
Man, oh man.
One woman yelled at him that he drives a Nazi truck.
Yeah,
just for driving around in it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you like the car, who cares?
Yeah. It's become all embroiled in politics, as Elon has, and Elon himself is, even before he became vice president, which basically he is, let's not kid ourselves. Before Elon Musk became vice president, he was a weird dude. Like, he's got this ketamine
if you don't like
addiction.
Elon, then just speak out and say you don't like Elon.
Right. Don't go.
The person who bought this truck didn't do anything to you.
Right.
I mean, these are just regular people. You know,
right.
They didn't do anything to you, so leave them alone.
I know.
So anyway, but I saw that and I thought that was an interesting experiment that someone did.
Yeah, dangerous experiment. I mean, good luck with that. Yeah, there's our fellow man can be disappointing. Mostly online. Most of us hide behind our avatar. That's where we do our real shade throwing. But some of us actually are not afraid to, give you the one finger salute if you're driving a Cybertruck.
Speaking of the one finger salute, did you see that thing that Andrew did on Donald Duck and his nephews committing all those crimes in Yellowstone?
Yeah. Andrew's beat is cartoons, comic books, and Yellowstone. And sometimes they all mesh together. They all come together in the same story. Yeah, that was interesting.
It's really funny to see what was what was fine, decades ago compared to what's okay now,
I know.
People used to feed the bears from their cars and stuff, and now that gets you in jail.
It was different behavior. Andrew Rossi has a story, 1938 short called Good Scouts, had Donald Duck and his nephews making a ruckus in Yellowstone National Park, doing things that just wouldn't fly today. We've changed a lot. We've grown up now. We know better. Now we're just making fun of Tesla trucks, Cybertrucks. We're an advanced society that none of us can spell. What else is happening in news?
We had a lot of good stuff this weekend. I mean, really good stuff. That Dale story on that guy who went on that rampage in Gillette back in '83. Great story. I mean, it's a terrible story, but he wrote it very well.
Yeah.
This guy killed a family of 4 and then ambushed some cops and killed a cop, and just man. I remember every year they still have a ceremony honoring that cop.
Yeah. And let me ask you, Greg, this is a good time to ask you here. The cop we're talking about that was killed in this, we'll go into the story in depth. We got Dale on later today. And speaking of Dale Chamberlain, the 28-year-old, is the man who went on the rampage, but it was John Hardy that was shot and killed. His partner, Del Wright, was also shot, but he wasn't killed. 4 family members and a cop responding. And this is back in 1983 Gillette. Let me ask you, Greg, because I noted this and I'm glad of it, because you don't see this enough in the story that you'll see in the Cowboy State Daily. Dale Killingbeck, the lead photo, the feature photo, whatever you want to call it, the photo that appears with the story, you would expect it to be of the killer, of the guy who went on the rampage. But I like the fact that we don't glorify him. What he did was terrible. And we remember the officer. So I love that the lead photo is John Hardy, the officer lost. I think that's
I purposely did that.
I thought so.
A lot of times with crimes, I'll inset the photo, the mugshot, that type of thing. But I considered that too. But because that's kind of, one of our things. But
Yeah.
this one, no, I deliberately just left it just the guy.
I thought so. I saw that, and I said Greg did that. That's a smart move, smart call. I would expect nothing less, honestly, of the Cowboy State Daily. That's great. Good editorial decision, and a really interesting story. This is back when, you didn't have mobile command units. You didn't have necessarily well-trained SWAT teams. Certainly in Wyoming, you didn't. And what a interesting 1983 rampage killed a family of 4 and a cop responding, and we relived that through a couple of officers that were on the PD Gillette Police Department who talked to Dale Killingback. That's a cool story. Dale's got another one about a bombshell back in the day. We'll talk about her. It's never bad to look at those photos. I'm glad we got plenty of those, and we'll do that in just a minute after these.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues here on this Monday, National Beer Day, April 7. You cracked one yet? I haven't, although I'm tempted because seriously, I probably am in withdrawal for 15 straight days. I was probably drinking by now. Bloody Mary.
The first step is admitting you have a problem.
I know, And then I get home, and I haven't for 2 weeks. My morning coffee has been replaced by like a Bloody Mary or a beer or a margarita, whatever. Yeah, my liver was in shock. Like, what are you doing to me? No coffee. And I get home and I'm like, oh, I'm going to need coffee because I'm super tired. I had a flight delayed. I barely got here. And I get home and I have no coffee. So I might as well have a beer. Maybe that'll work. But
what did the cat do while you were gone?
The cat kind of, I tried everything. I tried to get cat sitters and I couldn't. I tried to get like cat boarding and they were all booked. I tried a friend. Nope. Everybody was gone. And then the last resort was, you know what? I'll just leave him here. And our neighbors over here, everybody for the 2 weeks of spring break in Jackson leave. This was a ghost town. Nobody's here. And I didn't think anybody would be around. And our neighbors right here have 2 cats, and they said they were going to be here. And at the last minute, I said, well, I'm just going to let him go. And if you see him, feed him. Here's his food and take him in, And he spent 2 weeks just at large, which is how he came to be anyway. That's how we got him. He's just been out and about doing his cat thing.
Did he come back?
Yeah, it was right here last night. We got home and he trots up on the porch like nothing ever was wrong.
Yeah, I almost had another cat yesterday.
Oh.
Had some groceries delivered. Went out to get them, opened the door, and as I was bringing them in, this little cat just comes running. I mean, she wanted in. She was just running, making straight for the door. She belonged to somebody. She had a little collar on and everything, but my cat does not get along with other cats. So I was like, sorry, you can't. So I felt bad shutting the door in this little cat's face. But
oh, Greg, yeah, and that's the excuse you use that you wouldn't watch my cat. The cat can.
It's true. My cat hates other cats.
Yeah, and that's usually the case. My cat has access to our basement. He can get in from the outside. So he slept. There's cat beds down there, and that's where his food was. And so he just didn't have a whole lot of human contact, but he was, slept in the basement, patrolled by day, and spent 2 weeks wondering where the heck we were, but he's fine. And that's a common meme I always see on Facebook, by the way. Dog owners, you spend like a year of research finding the perfect breed of dog. You interview breeders. You spend $4,000 and you get that perfect dog. Cats, usually the way you get a cat is, I went out to put out the garbage one day and he ran in the house. That's how you get a cat. Like, whoa, who are you? Yeah, that's pretty common. Dale Killingback highlights this young Natrona County High School graduate in the 1940s. She was in the graduating class. You knew her back then as Lorraine Day, but the world knows her as Lori Anders. She went on to become somewhat of a tart back in the 1950s. She did TV, movies. She did one of the worst Westerns of all time, according to any film critics you talk to. She had a song. She had a doll made after her. She was, a pinup girl from the era.
Yeah. And she was, I think she was pretty popular in advertisements and stuff. But, she was pretty, and especially back then, I mean, she was, even though it was the worst Western, she had a lead role.
Yeah.
Women get lead roles all that often. And sometimes movies are so bad that they're good.
And that is what I hear is this one. So bad that it's actually enjoyed today for its campiness on how bad it is. But yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. She was here. I'll share photos for those of you enjoying the visual podcast. That's her high school photo, high school yearbook, 1940 on the left. Leroy Dane, and that's Lori Anders, who went on to Hollywood. That's a Hollywood promotional photo of her. Lived a nice long life. She lived till 1992. She's buried in Tarzana, California, where she died.
Yeah. Yeah, it just blows the minds of especially younger kids that grandma had another life at some point,
Yeah.
Grandpa, did something else before he was just, reaching in his pocket and handing out butterscotch candies,
Yep, they were young once too. Hard to believe, but yeah, Lorraine Day, a bombshell in her day, known as Lori Andrews. Really cool story from Dale. I love those old Wyoming history stories that would become lost if it wasn't for Dale and Jackie and those folks that dig them up.
Even the poster for the movie is bad.
Pretty
man,
bad.
Oh man, what a woman.
Yeah. I'm going to have to. Yeah, we have no coffee. Can you believe that?
Rootin' tootin' straight shooting bundle of curves. But you can't get away with that today.
Right. Who wrote that? Yeah, that's
the movie poster.
Yeah, that's an all male.
We're not making fun of her. I mean, she
Hollywood.
She grew up in Casper. She was a big success. She's a big deal. But yeah, it was a different time, and they portrayed women in a much different way.
Oh yeah.
This time it wasn't Jake doing it. It was the movie guy.
I know. And if she played sports, yes, I probably would not have watched it. I heard she was just really tiny, like her. The stuff you'll see at the Fort Casper Museum of hers, her paraphernalia stuff she wore during this Western called The Marshal's Daughter, is on display at the Fort Casper Museum. And I think the curator in this story said, boy, she was tiny. Her chaps were like the waist was size 24. That's chaps that have to go on over pants. So yeah, she was just a little thing. Cool story. And thanks for that, Dale. We got time to round out just one or two more. What else? I would be careful around bears. It's spring black bear hunting season. So if you're out there, you know it's spring. Bears are waking up from hibernation. They're hungry and they're tired and they're cranky and they're hangry. That's
right. But if you go a few rounds with Robo Bear, and you'll be ready for him.
You might be. I love it. We saw Bill Sniffen and Mark Hines, one of our most watched videos of all time, do this a couple years ago.
Yeah, they got. I don't know what it is now, but at one point it was like 700,000 views on their encounter with Robo Bear.
Right.
A couple years ago.
Just people, the chance you might see Bill Sniffen torn into pieces by an angry Bruin, everybody's clicking. Oh, I want to see that. Yeah, Bill would have got killed. And Claire did pretty good until she admitted that she was like ready. She was a little staged for her. Then she said, well, I'm going to pretend that I just didn't know Robo Bear was coming up behind me. It was a different story then.
Yeah, but the first video was great. I mean, she got around and she got the bear sprayed, and Mark was still trying to get it out of the halter there. And there's somebody in the background, you don't know who it is saying, you're dead, Mark.
Yeah, Mark, lost a limb. You're a goner. Yeah, it's pretty neat.
It was educational because, Claire told us that they were in Lander. There are a lot of vegans in Lander, but none of the bears are vegan. So you got to be careful.
Good point, Claire. Yeah, she did pretty well. Mark did better on the second go around, but Robo Bear is an educational tool used by Wyoming Game and Fish. They tour them around the state this time of year, spring, when you're trying to spread the message. Got to be bear aware when you're out there in the backcountry.
It simulates how fast the bear can come up on you.
Yeah.
And they can go like 30 miles an hour. It's crazy how, I mean, they look like they lumber, but they can be fast.
No, I think we all know that. We see like how fast they supposedly can run. And then when I watched the Robo Bear, I'm like, oh, they got him going too fast. But no, they probably that's how fast they go. And you better be ready.
Yeah, exactly. That, yeah, and Robo Bear is probably a little bit smaller than a real, bear that would come after you. But yeah, exactly. And I think it's the way a bear runs.
Yeah.
It just doesn't look like he's going all that fast.
Right. Yeah, and his teeth chomping. Yeah, it's enough to make you spill your beer on National Beer Day. Hopefully you've got the pepper spray ready. Thanks, Greg. We got a bolt.
All right.
Have a great Monday. Cowboy State Daily. It's time for Wendy Core's News.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Monday, April 7th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Well, even in Wyoming, there's been a divided response to President Trump's February executive order to stop minting new pennies. The logic behind the move is simple. With a minting expense over 3.5 times its face value, the cent is in the red. But ironically, the order catalyzed a craze for the latest batch of coins. In Wyoming, businesses and banks weighed in on the initial order with mixed reactions. But Cowboy State Daily's Zachary Sontag spoke to coin collectors and dealers whose perspective goes beyond economics.
I talked to David Brockman, owner of the coin shop in Cheyenne, and his perspective was very firm. He does not want to see the penny go away. He says that gives us a connectedness to our sweat equity and our labor, and it reminds us of the work we've done.
Americans are undoubtedly losing money on pennies. In 2024, the Treasury lost $85 million by minting billions of new cents. So only time will tell if 2025 becomes a key date coin worth collecting. A Wyoming native and University of Wyoming alumnus died Thursday night during a professional bull riding event in Texas after a bull stepped on his neck. About 2,500 people witnessed the fatal incident at the Wharton County Youth Fair's PRCA Extreme Bulls event, in which Dylan Grant was fatally injured. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland spoke to the rodeo announcer who watched it all happen.
The announcer told me it wasn't the worst wreck I've ever seen. It was not. And the kid got up and he ran straight to the corner where paramedics were stationed. So they had him in an ambulance 15 seconds off to the hospital. And then it was, of course, shocking to his loved ones and to spectators later to learn that he had died.
Grant grew up in the Jackson area and was a state champion bull rider for Jackson Hole High School in 2018. He moved to Pavilion with his parents during high school and later attended the University of Wyoming. Well, in the bitter cold and darkness of the early morning hours of December 20th, 1983, a U.S. Army veteran who was working as a unit operator for a power plant went to the home of friends and a co-worker outside Gillette and killed the homeowner, his girlfriend, and her 2 young sons, then blew up the kitchen with a pipe bomb. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck spoke to 2 former Gillette PD detectives who remember well the tragedy that unfolded on the night that 28-year-old Dale Chamberlain also took a hostage and killed a Gillette police officer.
He went to a home of some friends, killed her children, and then her boyfriend, and then went to the house of a woman that he had worked with and also apparently he tried to have a romantic relationship with, and took her hostage, and then proceeded to shoot 2 police officers who showed up across the street.
The standoff ended when Chamberlain was killed by one of his own bombs. Gillette Deputy Chief of Police Brent Wasson told Cowboy State Daily the department continues to have a memorial service for Officer Hardy every year, and a special memorial spot in the building honors their only officer who was shot and killed in the line of duty. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicholas and Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
Well, Yellowstone National Park is the perfect place to simultaneously observe the wonders of nature and the short-sighted, ill-informed decisions of tourists and visitors. But there may never be a tourist as short-tempered, loud, and willfully destructive as Donald Duck. Donald and his mischievous nephews visited Yellowstone in the Oscar-nominated animated short Good Scouts, produced by the Walt Disney Company in 1938. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi spoke to a retired park ranger who confirmed that Donald's antics would land him in hot water if he wasn't a cartoon character, that is.
He said just off the bat, just scratching the surface in terms of violations, they'd get him for tying a tent off to a tree, improper food storage, disturbing wildlife by hitting a grizzly, which is never a good idea, littering, enter a thermal feature, which is thermal trespass. There's a big caveat on that. You can't cite a duck.
Donald should be grateful that he's a fictional character who can't be cited for his egregious conduct in Yellowstone. Otherwise, he'd face serious fines and a substantial stint in the jail of the Yellowstone Justice Center at Mammoth Hot Springs. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
There I was, 16. Divorced, remarried with a baby, another on the way, and I could barely read or write. It was time for me to change my life and the lives of my family, so I went back and I got my high school diploma. That was the catalyst I needed. Now I have a bachelor's, a master's, and I became a teacher.
Mom, this is your very first yearbook.
Your commitment to education motivates me, your coworkers, and your students.
You showed me that if you come from nothing, you can still be anything.
You told me I deserve to succeed.
It's been 15 years and I still live by that.
You're the model for success for your kids, grandkids, and your students.
When I look at all these success stories, I cannot help but think it all started by getting my high school diploma.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
This sounds like it would be a good soundtrack to go with Andrew Rossi's story about Donald Duck and his nephews committing crimes in Yellowstone. Andrew Rossi has the wackiest beat in journalism. Other than dinosaurs, outside of dinosaurs, which is his regular thing, and outer space. Well, these are all fun things when you're a kid. If you're a kid and you think of what's your dream job, you'd be like, I want to be an astronaut. I want dinosaurs. Andrew Rossi, I guess, has just never grown up. Comic books, cartoons, dinosaurs, outer space. His latest passion comes together in a story called That Time Donald Duck and His Nephews Committed Crimes in Yellowstone. He's talking about a 1938 short featuring Donald Duck and his nephews spending some time in Yellowstone National Park. Andrew watched it. He probably got it on speed dial. He's probably one of his regular things that he just watches when he's got some downtime. So here's Andrew Rossi watching, Donald Duck, an episode of Donald Duck produced by Walt Disney Company in 1938. And it occurs to Andrew that, I should watch this in the eyes of today. And how would this stuff play today? And how much trouble would Donald Duck and his nephews get in if they did this stuff today in Yellowstone National Park? And turns out they'd get in a lot of trouble. Good Scouts begins with Donald Duck leading Huey, Dewey, and Louie in what was their only second film appearance, by the way. It's the only second time America was introduced to Huey, Dewey, and Louie. And they're led across the precarious log stretched over the Devil's Stew Pot in Yellowstone National Park. The Devil's Stew Pot. And they go on to do all kinds of, cartoon antics. And if they did that stuff today, Andrew asked a retired park ranger, would they be in a lot of trouble today? Oh, yeah. lists a whole bunch of stuff that they did that would be bad, including hitting a bear. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Soaking in hot springs in one of the features in Yellowstone. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Tying your tent to a tree. Can't do that. But as former National Park Service law enforcement ranger Greg Jackson said, you also can't sight a duck. So all these things that Donald Duck did wrong, it wouldn't be much a ranger could do about it. Read that story in the Cowboy State Daily. Interesting story from Andrew Rossi. He'll be on the show. When do I have him? Wednesday, I want to say. I'm not in the routine of doing the show. I can't remember when our people are on. Let me see. Andrew's going to be on the show, yes, Wednesday in the second hour. Coming up in this hour, Don Day will join us live here in a little bit. We'll talk weather and other stuff. Columnist Cassie Craven normally joins us this hour, but Cassie did alert me to the fact that she's going to be really busy for a couple 3 months here. So her appearances are going to be catch as catch can. We'll just be lucky, as we always are, to have Cassie whenever we can. David Madison, Cowboy State Daily journalist, sequestered up there in Montana, will join us next hour. Sally Ann Shermer, longtime journalist, does the phone-in thing next hour. And we'll talk about sports and other stuff. Dale Killingbeck will be on to discuss his two very interesting stories. We already hashed them out a little bit with Greg Johnson, but some pretty cool stories of history back in the day. Leo Wolfson has a great story about Allison Fertig, the one star of the Wyoming Cowgirls team. Cowgirls had a pretty good season basketball-wise. Not so much the men's team, but the women's hoops team did pretty well. Got invited to a postseason tournament. They didn't last long, but they had a great season, record-setting season. I think they set a record for the most conference wins of any Wyoming girls team, and they were all led for the most part all season by really a trio of names, but atop the list almost every night was Allison Fertig, one of the best Division I basketball players in the nation. And she kind of rewrote the record book at UW, and she's gone on, we hear, to play in some kind of special all-star game. First, let me talk a little bit more about Leo's story about Allison. She was a Wyoming high school basketball star, so she's all homegrown, the number 45, and then went on to become one of the leaders of this UW team that had a great season. Saturday, she had a chance to play in front of some pro scouts, and I think she did pretty. I wrote it down somewhere what she did. Now I can't find what I did with it. Hold on. It's at the end of my long list here. But Allison did pretty well. Her team, she played this some kind of an college all-star game. It was in Tampa, Florida, back on April 5th, just a few days ago, Saturday. The Women's College All-Star Game, Tampa, Florida, part of the NCAA Women's Final Four weekend. Of course, we just saw last night UConn defeat South Carolina, was it? Fertig was one of the 20 elite college seniors selected to play in the event. Fertig was part of Team Lieberman that got beat, by the way, in this game by Team Miller, 71-59. But Allison had a pretty good night. In limited action, she finished the game with 6 points, 3 rebounds, while also getting it done on the defensive end of things. She recorded a block and a steal. So good job by Allison Fertig to show up. She was the Mountain West Player of the Year and had a pretty good showing at the Women's College All-Star Game on Saturday. We're excited for her. Way to go, Allison. Normally number 45, but here she is. I'll share this photo of her rocking the 24 here. As she competed in that All-Star game. Pretty cool. Way to go, Allison. We're going to miss you. I don't know how the team's going to survive without you, but Leo Wolfson has a great story in the Cowboy State Daily about the Douglas High School grad who went on to play some pretty good basketball for University of Wyoming. She a star. And is she is the WNBA in her future? Could very well be. I think that's her dream. As next up will be the draft. Fertig has hired a sports agent and is actively seeking opportunities to continue her playing career, most ideally in the WNBA, if possible. And we'll see what the scouts thought of her performance on Saturday, what they see in game film on her. But I think she's pro ready. I see no reason why she can't be in the WNBA. We'll see how she does. I'll be interested in following her career. Jen Coker will be on the show tomorrow. She's going to talk about a bunch of stories that she's written, including our big story of the day, really, in possibly figuring out once and for all or solving who killed JonBenet Ramsey. Jen Coker gave us the heads up that she's been working on this story, and it all comes from a friend of a friend and somebody who knew this convicted pedophile back in the day. Childhood friend says he's pretty sure, even though investigators have looked at this person previously, he's pretty sure this is the guy. And I don't know if we'll ever know, but certainly bigger clues. And in a case that's been quiet for a long, long time, JonBenet Ramsey, I just heard the other day, or saw a story the other day about speculation that JonBenet Ramsey is still alive today. And some woman who claimed to be her, some bizarre thing, but yeah, a man, it could be a case of solving maybe a long-standing unsolved murder case. Who killed JonBenet? Assuming it's murder. I don't know if they ever found her body, if it's possible that she is alive today. Did she just disappear? The crime captured national attention. Headlines: 1996, 6-year-old JonBenet Ramsey she was found murdered in the basement of her family home, Boulder. So yeah, the story I was reading of someone claiming to be JonBenet Ramsey today must have been one of those weirdo tabloids from England that you get as you're checking out of the supermarket. But the possible killer, Jen Coker will have more about that tomorrow. This is just to give you a little bit of a preview. This is what it looks like, sounds like, and what it reads like. You should find out for yourself. Check out the story in the Cowboy State Daily. Here's Jen talking to Wendy.
It was a crime that captured national and international headlines in 1996 on the day after Christmas when 6-year-old JonBenet Ramsey was found murdered in the basement of her family home in Boulder, Colorado. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker spoke to Michael Vale, a retired music publicist and songwriter living in California who believes his childhood friend, Gary Oliva, killed the girl. He believes that because Oliva, a convicted pedophile, told him he did.
He had called Michael Vale that night to say, I heard a girl, and he was hyperventilating. And Michael said that he'd never heard anybody be that upset about anything. So that really struck him. And the next day, when he opened the LA Times and saw that a little girl in Boulder had actually been killed, he was like, this is it. He's finally done it. So he called police and then nothing happened. This has been going on for years now. Gary Oliva is just absolutely 100% obsessed with John Bonet to the point where he has little altars to her. And he talks about her being the Messiah and him worshiping her. It's very bizarre. And Michael Vale is carrying this all around. And he just wants police to take a second look at this guy.
However, in a 2019 statement following an interview that Vale did with the Daily Mail, the Boulder Police Department seemingly ruled Gary Oliva out, saying they were aware of the confessions and have investigated his potential involvement.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Jen. Jen will be with us tomorrow. More on that story as well. But now it's time to get into the weather room and to get our weather guy in here. It's Don Day. Don, how you been?
Good morning. I'm being good.
All right. Shireen treated you well, I hope?
Oh, yeah. I mean, your fill-ins were awesome. What can I say?
Yeah.
You know, you could have taken another week.
Well, don't tempt me. Because I get home and I have no coffee in the house, so I'm going to have to celebrate National Beer Day with a beer. It's tough.
Today's beer day?
Yeah, today's National Beer Day.
First of all, I did not know there was such a thing. But now that I know there is, I'll be celebrating.
Crack a cold one. The weather will comply. It's going to be not bad around the state. Sunny, breezy, a lot of sunshine everywhere in Wyoming. Looking pretty good. Maybe some rain coming tonight, tomorrow, though. What's happening?
The northern half of Wyoming tonight, tomorrow into Wednesday is going to have a little bit of shower activity. The best way to describe it is April showers. It's not going to be a lot, but there is a Pacific front that will mainly affect the north with the chance of showers. You get into central southern Wyoming, guess what? It'll be windy in those areas. The wind is going to pick up Tuesday and Wednesday, but compared to last week, which was really cold, very wintry, this week is going to be a lot more mild, a lot more spring-like. The weather for the most part, other than those showers Tuesday and Wednesday and the wind, is going to be pretty decent for this time of year.
Yeah, I was down for the 2 weeks down in Cowboy, and, the weather down there is just bulletproof this time of year. It's 70, mid-upper 70s every single day, with nary a cloud. But the last couple of days, and I watched an LA meteorologist show me why, it was a little windy down there. On Mexico terms, for us Wyomingites, me and the wife, we're like, what the problem is? The wind, the umbrellas are blowing over, the chaise lounges are sliding across, and we're just carrying on business as usual,
It's
problem.
Like, we got the pool to ourselves now.
Right. We were the only ones there, the only ones swimming. We're like, this isn't even a slight breeze, but that was the jet stream. There was a big, fat, low pressure system, and it was forcing the jet stream all the way down to us, I guess, in southern California.
I mean, it snowed this weekend all the way down into the Rio Grande area of West Texas. So that cold air got pretty far south.
Well, we're going to have none of that on my watch. The sheriff is back in town, Don, and it better start.
All right. Well, I'll behave now.
All right. I mean, I know April, all bets are off. It's a little dicey, but we better get back to spring here pretty quick.
Well, your timing is good because the last week, the second week you were gone, it was downright cold last week. A lot of areas got snow, and we had single digit and teens in the lows at night. So your timing is impeccable. You came back just in time.
All right. Tomorrow I'll have a quiz for you. We'll have a question that may or may not concern weather. You know how we roll. I just want to keep you on your toes.
All right. Well, I'll study hard.
Okay. Thank you. Don Day, day weather forecast. And we got to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Continue.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About, Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up. Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Hey, what's going on this Monday? I'm out of coffee, moving straight to beer. It's National Beer Day. We'll do that in a moment when we do This Day in History coming up. We're also going to rodeo a little bit and, just have general mayhem this morning, especially if we get into the beer here soon. There's FCC regulations against drinking beer on the air. So Wolfman Jack and all the great radio announcers of the day, they would have never partaken while they were working. You're not supposed to. Even Johnny Fever, WKRP Cincinnati, you're not supposed to drink when you're on the air. And we are on radio stations across the state, heading to a station near you soon. So I don't know what the regulations are for podcast, for live stream, and for YouTube. We're on the YouTube. We're on the homepage. We're on Facebook Live, X. formerly known as Twitter, were all over the place. I don't know what their regulations are regarding the general sobriety of the host. But for National Beer Day, you think you could make an exception? Well, by his own admission, Dave Freitag might not be in the right business. He told Cowboy State Daily's Anna Louise, it takes a special person to wake up in the morning and say, I'm going to crack a beer. No, that's me. It takes a special person to wake up in the morning and say, I'm going to buy a rock today. You can't get rich off a rock sale. So why does Dave Freitag do it? That's what you'll find him doing for the most part. That's his day job. Dave, even though he admits sometimes business is slow, he's been selling his Wyoming rocks on eBay for more than a decade. Lately, at least in this story, he's become kind of famous for trying to offload a couple of giant rocks. Let's just say you better be prepared to not only spend a ton of money, excuse the pun, but you're going to get a ton of rock or more. You'll need a crane, you'll need a truck, and about 20 grand if you want to buy one of his 2 giant nephrite jade boulders. He's been trying to offload them, sell them for the last 5 years. Anna Louise introduces us to Lander's Dave Freitag, he's sold hundreds of rocks, stones, and boulders on eBay. But these 2 giant jade boulders might be his toughest challenge yet. He's got them listed for $11,000. One of them's $11,500. The other one's $12,500. Although he admits these prices are not written in stone. Somebody cue the. Where's my drum? I should have a laugh track just because it's not usually obvious when I should cue the audience to laugh. It's okay to laugh now. I should have like a laugh track or the drum hit. Is that it? That's not it. These prices are not written in stone. I don't know, that doesn't sound right. Yeah, but he's not your average eBay sale. Let's just say that. For instance, Freitag does not deliver. Nope, these are just too heavy. But they're pretty interesting looking. I mean, I might, if they were in my yard, I would find them very interesting. But I don't know if I would go through the whole rigmarole of writing a check and then somehow getting these boulders to my house. But Dave Freitag Lander has a pair of valuable nephrite jade boulders on sale for eBay. One is 195 pounds. Oh, that's not that big. And the other is a little bit bigger, 12,700 pounds. Yeah, that's a few tons. That's the one, by the way, on the right, if you're enjoying the podcast view. Those of you on the radio, just imagine big, giant boulders. Big, huge boulders. I mean, this is Wyoming, and there's no shortage of boulders everywhere. And Dave Freitag sells them, or he's trying to, but he admits it's hard to get rich off of that. These were unearthed sometime in the 1960s, 70s in the Gas Hills area of the Wind River Basin, and were the only uncut remnants of the former Majestic Jade Rock Shop in Riverton. Freitag bought the operation, boulders and all, in 2020. He hired a crane and 2 flatbed trucks to haul them a relatively short distance from Riverton to his farm in Lander. And he said he's still not even sure exactly what might be inside of them. You need a diamond wire saw to cut them open and find out, but expect to find some pretty high quality jade. Well, at least medium quality, he said. So, yeah, if you're into rocks, into the rock buying scene, Dave Freitag has a couple of boulders for you. He's trying to unload. Anna Louise Jackson has the story that dropped yesterday in the Cowboy State Daily. You'll need a crane, a truck, and about 20 grand to buy 2 Wyoming boulders listed on eBay. And I would love that. We got to get Anna Louise into the regular rotation because I would love to find out. I'm always interested to find out how journalists uncover their stories. And perhaps Anna Louise was on eBay the other day and saw, what the heck? Here's a boulder for sale, and it's in Wyoming. Maybe. I don't know. But I'll have to get Anna Louise. I don't have her contact, but maybe she should be a regular here. What other stories are we following today? I want to save anything sports related for when Sally Ann Shermer calls. Signs of spring. Yeah, sandhill cranes are back in many areas of Wyoming. Do you live in a place where the sandhill crane, including the unique call of the sandhill crane, is quite evident? They're early signs of spring. You'll see sandhill cranes make their way through Wyoming. Most don't stay, but some do. And they're on their way from their southern place where they like to migrate in the winter, and they're on their way mostly to Canada. But some of the sandhill cranes will hang out in Wyoming and remain here. And this will happen mostly in March. So last month, sandhill cranes started showing up. It shouldn't be long here before we see signs of mountain bluebird. I just got back from Mexico, so I haven't been watching, but by now, April 7th, yeah, you should have seen a bluebird. They're usually the more hardy birds that migrate back earliest, like before the robin. The robin, not yet. The robin says, I don't know about Wyoming right now. Maybe in your neck of the woods, I don't know. Let me know. What do you got migrating back in? What's your sign of spring as far as winged sign of spring, your winged spring? For me, it's the sandhill crane, then the mountain bluebird, and then finally the robin, and you can be assured of spring. And then sometime around then, some of the more daring hummingbirds show up. But I haven't seen a bluebird. But I imagine from most parts of Wyoming, they've made their return. Let me know if you've seen any. Make a comment on Facebook Live. Make a comment on YouTube. You can always text us at 307-999-TALK, 307-999-8255. Shoot a text that way. Tell me if you've seen any bluebirds yet. Have you seen any robins yet, and where you are? I'd be interested to know, but I got my eye out for first signs of spring. Here's an only in Wyoming headline. I saw this in Facebook. Only in Wyoming or Montana or the mountain states. But I guarantee my friends back east, family back east, they would have no idea. They would think this is a trick question. I saw this on a Sublette County shopping page for Facebook, marketplace page for Facebook, where you can buy and sell and trade and all that business. And someone posted, does anybody in Sublette County have beetles? And I'll bet most people not from around here, especially from back east, would think, is this somebody looking for like an old album from the Beatles or old record or rare recordings of the Beatles? Does anybody have Beatles? And I knew instantly what this person was asking about, especially the dead giveaway is Sublette County. I'm not sure the Beatlemania has come to Sublette County yet. They're a little behind the times in Sublette County. I don't know. Has the Fab Four made it to Sublette County yet? No, what this person refers to, does anybody have beetles, is they have elk or deer skulls and they want them cleaned out. So these are hunters who are looking to make a mount, perhaps, of their skull. If they, let's say they harvested an elk, they're looking to mount that, not with the flesh on, with the flesh off. So just the skull. And maybe they're making furniture of it. Maybe they're going to mount it on the wall for whatever they're going to use it for. They need the skull to be cleaned up. So if you harvest an elk, let's say, and you have the meat prepared, you do all that, you quarter the elk, you get the meat. And then what do you do with it? Let's say it's a pretty nice bull elk and it's a 5x5 or something. You want to save the whole skull, the head and the antlers. So to clean it up and get all the, skin off it and everything off it, often you will use beetles. Beetles will go eat that elk skull down to where you got just a nice clean bone elk skull. Does anybody have, I'm reading this, it comes from Dakota. Does anybody in Sublette County have beetles? And it just struck me as only in Wyoming kind of classified ad. And then Dakota goes on to say, I have a couple of skulls that I'd like to get done. Any recommendations for anybody who might have beetles? And you got to have beetles. You got to keep beetles to do the job. You put the skull and the beetles in a box or some kind of containment, and the beetles do their thing. After days, weeks, you've got, you also can use a peroxide dip. You can bleach. There are chemicals to use to clean up skulls. But the tried and true natural method is beetles. I just thought that was a neat, only in Wyoming, kind of a classified. Does anybody in Sublette County have beetles? Yeah, I got that old one. I want to hold your hand, but that's about it. Mark Heim, story about, speaking of hunting, black bear season is getting underway. It's been a relatively mild Wyoming winter. So Wyoming's robust black bear population should be out and about by now, and it should be a really good spring hunting season. But you got to be aware and you got to be careful. With spring bear hunting comes spring bear hunting challenges, and that includes hangry bears. As Mark Hines says, bears waking up out of hibernation hungry, a little bit tired, a little bit cranky. And one seasoned black bear hunter interviewed in the Mark Hines story, Joe Candelas of Cody, said grizzlies are on his mind when he's hunting black bears. Now, just to make that distinction for some of you only half listening, we're talking about hunting black bear, the species, not grizzly bear. Grizzly bear is still under federal protection. We don't hunt grizzly bears in Wyoming at this point, but there are grizzly bears out there. When you are intending to go into bear country looking for a black bear, there's every indication you may come across a grizzly bear instead. And the difference is profound on how the bear will act and what you should do when you encounter it. About just take your cue from Lewis and Clark. I read their journals, the original journals from Lewis and Clark, and they had not seen a grizzly bear before their expedition. They were familiar with black bears, The first time they saw the silver tip bear, as they called him, and that's where the grizzly gets its name from its fur. You know, it appears to have a silver tip, a sort of a silver shine to its coat. And the first time they encountered the bear, Lewis and Clark wrote in their journals, "What sport to come across a silver tip bear. Oh, what fun, what sport. We fired our muskets." In a few days later, the next entry was, "We've learned to stay away and to give a lot of room and to steer clear of the silver-tip bear. Despite several musket shots, the bear keeps coming and continues to live and is really pissed off." I'm paraphrasing, but that's kind of how the journals were. The first encounter was, "What fun to find a bear that's a lot bigger than a black bear. Obviously a different species." And then, you know, a few pages later, oh, fun turned to, wow. Yeah, we're going to stay away from the grizzly. Joe Condola says the same thing. Seasoned black bear hunter up there in Cody said, "Hey, I just hope I don't get killed by a grizzly," he said. Every spring, bear hunting season, he says, "I hope I don't get killed by a grizzly." I hope so too, Joe. Be careful. Condos is the president of the American Bear Foundation, as he shared with Mark Hines. Dan Thompson, bear specialist in Wyoming, told Mark Hines there should be a lot of good opportunities for black bear hunting this spring. The milder winter will have a lot of folks able to get in, access some areas a lot easier. Most of the bears will be woke up now out of hibernation by this point. Northeast Wyoming outdoorsman Owen Miller said he's preparing bear bait for the upcoming spring season. "We had a relatively mild winter," Miller said, "and it makes me think that they'll be out there earlier this year." The earliest I've gotten a photo of bears has been April 15th, according to Owen Miller, and that was with knee-deep snow still on the ground. He said, "I'm betting this spring they'll be out and about. But be careful, black bear hunters, because the grizzly are also out and about." Even the black bear at their estate right now, which is best described by Mark Hines as hangry, the new word coined by Snickers. Is that who? Well, I should get ready in the Zoom room just in case Cassie's coming on. Let's take a quick break, see if Cassie will make it. You never know. I don't want to give up on her. We'll be right back. Cowboy State.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
You talk to. In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know, from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now, that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here in hour 2 on a Monday. Again, a big thanks to Shireen and Bags for covering while I was gone. Glad to be back. On National Beer Day. Perfect. I'm out of coffee. We did have somebody chime in, feedback. They're robins spotted in Casper. So, yeah, they're ahead of the game. Where I am, I'm in, upper elevation, mountainous Tetons, Jackson, and we're a few weeks behind, I think, the rest of the state in weather stuff. But a lot of Wyoming's already got the sandhole cranes. We've already got the mountain bluebirds spotted, and the robins already spotted in Casper, according to one of our listeners. Thanks for chiming in with that message. Robins are in Casper. That was the exact quote. Okay. I have not seen a robin yet, but I just did get back. I've been gone for 2 weeks, so I'll keep my eyes peeled. It would be a little early for the robins where I am. But every once in a while, you get one of those tough robins. The early bird gets the nest. Gets the choicest nest, right? So maybe. And Bags also, Bags has got some good inside info on some JonBenet Ramsey stuff. We're going to do that tomorrow, Bags. Because when we talk to Jen Coker, who wrote the story, we're going to flesh that one out more. It's possible there may be new leads into who killed JonBenet Ramsey. John Baggett was covering that story for KOA back in the day when it happened in the 90s, 1996. Yeah, that'd be cool to get some insight of what it felt like in the newsroom. And possibly with Jen Coker's story, we may have a new suspect that's an old suspect. I find it, hard. I find it hard to believe authorities, investigators did not follow up. They followed up on this guy who supposedly said, I did it. Well, how do you not connect the dots then? But authorities looked into this man back in the day and for some reason excused him from being a suspect. And I'm not sure if we don't have to look back at that again. Jen Coker has reasons to believe, and sources cited in her story, that we may have had the guy all along. we'll learn more about that. We'll talk to Jen tomorrow morning and talk more about the JonBenet Ramsey story of hers. Very interesting. Speaking of the issue of bears, we were talking about Mark Hines' story about black bear season is open now. But you got to be safe in bear country, and you got to be bear aware in bear country. Whenever you're out there in the forest, bears are lurking. And what do you do if a bear charges you? You have to be ready to deploy your bear spray. Let's set aside the controversy on whether it's bear spray or a sawed-off shotgun or a 45 semi-automatic, whatever your defense of choice is. The experts will tell you that you're probably better off with the bear spray, if not both. Me, I carry both. I got bear spray in one hand and the firearm in the other, but I'm going to use the bear spray first. Because for the most part, unless you're an expert marksman who has training and experience firing under duress, and not many of us have, then you're very likely not going to be able to defend yourself with a handgun against a grizzly bear. Probably not going to happen. Now, there are cases where hunters have successfully defended themselves in the backcountry from a grizzly bear attack by using a firearm. But that is the exception to the case. Number one, you got to be very quick. And hunters, for the most part, are carrying the long gun, a rifle. Almost every hunter I've talked to, and again, I've done stories about grizzly bear mauling victims. I've interviewed probably a dozen for stories in the past. And what they all had in common was how quick the bear is on you. And a few of them I remember saying, the rifle's worthless. It's too big. It takes too long to get it up and aimed. Forget it. If that bear surprises you and it's charging you at 30 miles an hour, you won't have time to use the rifle, even if you had a round chambered. Others like to carry a handgun. That's not for hunting, but that's for the bear. And they feel that they can get to that weapon and get it aimed and get a shot off quicker. But again, I've talked to ex-military guys who say they've been in conflict. They have fired thousands and thousands and thousands of rounds. They are expert marksmen, and they fired at a bear and they missed. I remember talking to one guy. He was like a Navy SEAL, and he had shot at people. He shot at a lot of things. And he said this bear was coming at me, and this was up in Alaska or the Yukon or somewhere. And my first shot was into the ground. I saw the ground puff up in front of him. I couldn't believe I missed. That's the kind of adrenaline that's going to be running through you when a bear is charging at you. So the idea that you're going to use a firearm first, okay, but you better be pretty darn good at it, because unless you get that round off expertly under pressure and hit a vital organ, if not the head, that's another thing. That shot better be well placed, because 80-90% of the time when you hit that bear, all you're going to do is make him madder, and he's going to have plenty left getting to you. Yeah, I prefer the bear spray for the reason that a lot of times that charge that you'll get from a bear is going to be a bluff charge. A lot of times. I've seen statistics, 9 out of 10 charges by the bear are a bluff charge. The bear will just run at you and then at the last second veer off. What he's trying to do is intimidate you, and he's not going to make contact. Well, the last thing then you want to do is take one of those 9 out of 10 times where the bear wasn't going to do anything, and you shoot him. Oh boy. Yeah, I'd rather deploy the bear spray. You don't have to be as good at aiming it. It just throws a cloud out there. And it just makes in its best effect, makes the bear a lot less able to continue with an attack if that was his intent. Now, I've heard bears run right through the spray, but that would be pretty rare as well. But yeah, I'm throwing down the spray. And I watched, when we start again next hour, we're going to watch how Mark Hines did and how Claire McFarland did against Robo Bear, the bear that Wyoming Game and Fish uses to practice to show you how difficult it is to react in real time to a charging bear. It's pretty interesting. We've got the video. There's no lying. There's no getting around it. How did Mark do? How did Claire do? Oops, we got the whole thing for you when we come back. Robo Bear against Claire McFarland and Mark Hines, all part of the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jay, continues after the top of the hour. News break coming up next. We'll see you on the other side. Stay with us. More to come.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Monday, April 7th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. It was a crime that captured national and international headlines in 1996 on the day after Christmas when 6-year-old John Benet Ramsey was found murdered in the basement of her family home in Boulder, Colorado. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker spoke to Michael Vale, a retired music publicist and songwriter living in California who believes his childhood friend, Gary Oliva, killed the girl. He believes that because Oliva, a convicted pedophile, told him he did.
He had called Michael Vale that night to say, I heard a girl, and he was hyperventilating. And Michael said that he'd never heard anybody be that upset about anything. So that really struck him. And the next day, when he opened the LA Times and saw that a little girl in Boulder had actually been killed, he was like, this is it. He's finally done it. So he called police and then nothing happened. This has been going on for years now.
However, in a 2019 statement following an interview that Vale did with the Daily Mail, the Boulder Police Department seemingly ruled Gary Oliva out, saying they were aware of Oliva's confessions and have investigated his potential involvement. UW President Ed Seidel is facing backlash after the demotion of a popular dean of engineering. The university's board says it demoted Cameron Wright because he lacked a compelling plan to use state funds to elevate the UW College of Engineering and Physical Sciences to nationally recognized levels of excellence. But detractors told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland that the president pushed for Wright's demotion because Wright refused to shift $500,000 from the engineering college's budget to a school run by Seidel's partner, Dr. Gabrielle Allen.
People recognizing what they call Seidel's enthusiasm for this project and the fact that his romantic partner runs that school are alleging, well, that could be behind the firing of the dean of the College of Engineering, who back in August, September last year refused to divert some College of Engineering money into the School of Computing.
The John P. Elbingen Foundation, which gives hundreds of thousands of dollars per year to UW, announced a pause in grants to the college for the spring 2025 funding cycle and beyond. The foundation's letter cited a lack of transparency surrounding Wright's deanship dismissal. Well, Generation Z has grown up digital, and many aren't choosing traditional colleges. They're packing Wyoming's trade schools, lured by shorter, cheaper programs and better job prospects. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean spoke to several young people who are proud to embody their age group's new label, the Tool Belt Generation.
They can make more money taking a trade. Having a trade lets you open your own business. You know, if you're a plumber, if you're an electrician, a welder, auto mechanics, all of these are things that lend themselves very well to opening your own business.
The vastly shorter time frames, the chance to start a business, the cheaper tuition, and the hands-on nature of the learning are among the many factors that Generation Z cite when picking trade schools over universities. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicolason Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
When things go wrong in grizzly country, they go wrong quickly, so you have to be even quicker with your bear spray. Wyoming Game and Fish Department's Robo Bear is there to help teach people just how quick they must be to avoid a mauling. Robo Bear is a wheeled contraption with a fake bear mounted on it that can reach speeds of 20 miles per hour or more as it charges. Cowboy State Daily Crime and Courts reporter Claire McFarland and Outdoors reporter Mark Hines were among a crowd Saturday at Game and Fish Regional Headquarters in Lander, ready to face Robo Bear's charges.
The first time we did it, when we had to practice pulling it from the holsters, Clara did great. I screwed up. I would have died, but they let me have another try, and I did very well the second time.
So the first time I was like in the stance, and I had my hand on the can. You're not going to be like that if you're up in the mountains. And so I wanted to get that bear, and so I cheated, and I got the bear the first time. After that, I quit cheating, and then I didn't get the bear.
The Game and Fish instructor pointed out that, like any other defense mechanism, use of bear spray requires practice. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
As a mom, I want my kids' lives to be filled with joy and possibility. And I want that for every kid. That's why I support No Kid Hungry. They work in schools and communities to make sure every kid gets the healthy meals they need. Please join me in supporting No Kid Hungry for all kids.
Thank you.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jay.
Yeah, we're back here in hour 3 of the Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Joining us this hour, we'll have our usual guests, including Sally Ann Shermer. She'll pop in via phone. Sally Ann has not yet mastered the art of Zoom. So she'll be on the phone. I think we're going to have David Madison on here shortly, I'm assuming. We'll talk about David Madison's story. And then we'll get back to how well Claire and Mark did against Robo Bear, which is not easy. Can only imagine. That bear gets on you fast. We got the whole video. Yeah, you'll enjoy that. So let's get David into the Zoom room and get that going. I was just looking at our YouTube comments. I'll answer those in a moment. But meanwhile, yeah, let's get this fella in. I forgot how to do my Zoom room, David. Even though I've already done it okay, 2 weeks off, I forgot how to do everything. What's going on?
Oh man, well, I picked the Florida Gators in my NCAA pool, so I'm pulling for them tonight.
Dude, you're looking really good. I'm surprised Duke is out. That was a shocker. But Florida, every time I watch, they just impress me. Their defense, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, it's
think-
been a defensive Final Four. It's been fun to watch.
I think you got it, man. Yeah, all right. I'll crack a beer on National Beer Day, and I'll watch that with you for you.
Oh, it's National Beer Day. Okay.
Yeah, it's National Beer Day. We're going to get into why that is the case in a little bit. Why don't I can't find your stories. Where are you? What do we need to talk about? Help me out.
Yeah, well, what I reported last week, a couple of energy stories. We have the distinction in Wyoming of being the cheapest, or at least among the cheapest places when it comes to your electric bill. I've been collecting various reports. I didn't know this really until I started covering energy, that all types of organizations put out reports about the cost of electricity per kilowatt hour. And there's just a couple of them that came out, including one from the American the American Legislative Electoral
Exchange Council, yeah.
Exchange Council, yeah. And so I interviewed the head of that research, and that they come at it with a political bent. Their point of view is less regulation, less emphasis on subsidies for renewables equals lower power bills. I think that's their theory of the case. And so, in addition to them, as diverse a group as this like fast cash quick loan company even put out a report showing that Wyoming was the cheapest place. I guess that maybe they sell same day loans to people who are struggling on their power bill.
Yeah.
But anyway, that we'll see. I think that there's a couple of things going on in Wyoming. There's a diverse portfolio of generation. There is a very energy friendly regulatory environment, and and we that's one of our leading industries, right? So we're an energy state. So I guess Wyoming residents can rest assured they're probably going to stay in the top 10 cheapest places to purchase electricity for some time to come.
Yeah, and we just heard in the news not long ago about how different power companies are raising their rates, and that seems to be a regular occurrence, and passing on maybe the cost of insuring themselves. But yeah, you bring up a good point. Wyoming, as much as you like to gripe about the power bill, Wyomingites pay some of the cheaper electric bills around, and most of it due to the fact we're a coal-burning state. 72%, according to the ALEC report, ranked coal 72% of the reason we have electricity. I'm surprised hydro was so far down the list. Wind is a big electricity generator. But I know of at least one hydro plant that's used in my area here in western Wyoming. But yeah, it's mostly coal, I guess.
Indeed. I guess I wasn't surprised to read that West Virginia, it's something like 90% of the electricity is coal.
Yeah.
And speaking of coal, some interesting research just came out from the USGS. There's a team studying the use of microbes and nutrients to increase natural gas productions in areas where natural gas wells are being tapped into coal seams. And I had some follow-up emails which I need to dig into this week, so this story might have a follow-up. But it was interesting to hear the scientists talk about how they recognize that underground, just as a natural occurrence, microbes are eating the coal seam and producing natural gas in the process. And that in the laboratory, and now in a test well out in eastern Montana, they have found that if they kind of juice the system with nutrients. He said they took yeast and chopped up the yeast into yeast body parts, which I just can't get that phrase out of my head because I guess when you think microscopically and you're a scientist, that's how you see it. So you grind up the yeast, you feed it to the microbes, and boom, you're suddenly producing a lot more natural gas. So natural gas wells can stay online longer. You don't have to endure the cost of replacing them. I think that's something that anyone in the Powder River Basin is certainly interested in if they want to go exploring for natural gas. So the Powder River Basin, as you know, extends into eastern Montana. So this research is really applicable to all of that land south of the border there.
David, isn't that fascinating how oil extraction and natural gas extraction has come along, like from the old days of just drilling into Texas and waiting for your gusher. And then we learned that there's so much more into there we haven't been able to get to till the tech catches up. The technology is caught up now to the point where we got horizontal drilling, we get fracking, and we're like shoving water. So you get guys like Elliot Barnhart, who you is quoted in your story, who is a hydrologist and a microbiologist. And you think, well, what's he doing in the energy extraction field? If he's those are his two name tags. That's where we're going with this: microbes and hydrology to get every last drop out of the ground. That's incredible.
Yeah, he grew up in eastern Montana and kind of had a gee whiz moment in this research, not really realizing what the process was underground. And so, yeah, I'm learning about that stuff every time I pick up the phone for these calls. And I did get, speaking of the USGS, we've got a guy who I'm going to mispronounce his name, but anyway, I'll leave readers in suspense. The guy who's probably going to be the next head of the USGS did his graduate research in Wyoming, and so that story's to come. I think Wyoming might continue to see headlines around the USGS with this administration.
Very interesting. All right, another story I missed when I was away. Trump's energy order includes solar money for ranchers and small business. Is anybody taking advantage of this?
Yeah, I don't know. The USDA was not able to provide me with the applicants for this year, but what they said was it's not going away. And so projects like interviewed a rancher out in Torrington who got a 50-50 grant where he was worried about he wanted to inflation proof his power bills, which were pushing up to $800 or so, and he couldn't put up all the capital and he couldn't find a low interest loan. And so through the USDA, he got a grant and was able to put in solar panels, and it's working out great for him. There are other examples of, just that when you drive through agricultural areas and you see those big irrigation pivots, those can cost thousands of dollars a month to power. And so there have been grants that have gone out to ranches to help pay and cut into that power bill. And so applicants were required to redo their applications. And I think it was a little unclear about how they should change them. I know that the administration's ongoing effort to eradicate anything having to do with DEI, I think that's part of it. So it might be frustrating for folks who have to redo their application, but at least the money appears to still be there. And other recipients included a brewery in Glen Rock, even like a tractor dealership up near Sheridan, I think. So I think it's cool to see, small businesses and ranches taking advantage of solar where it makes sense.
Yeah, and doing it when all we hear from other news sources is these programs are all ending. The Trump 2 administration is drill, baby, drill, and we're getting rid of every wind turbine and every solar panel. I mean, it's not the case. You're finding out some people are reaping the benefits of a program that's still in place. U.S. Secretary of Agriculture Brooke Rollins just recently announced that the money is there. Money has been released for the Rural Energy for America program. REAP, it still exists. You got to jump through some more hoops now with some changes, but there's still a chance to help ranches and small businesses with solar panel project. We got a lot of sun in Wyoming. Sunny today.
Yeah, I think what remains to be seen is really the large scale, industrial scale, where renewables are going to fit in to the administration's priorities.
All right. Well, I'll be rooting with you for Florida. I think you're on the right track there. What do we win? You going to share that? What's my cut?
It's all about pride. It's like 7 guys I went to high school with, and I started off at the bottom, and I have climbed the ranks. And so let's see if I can surge and have a little madness and win this thing.
Bragging rights. I think you got it, man. I think you can do it.
All right. Good talking to you, Jake.
You too. David Madison, Cowboy State Daily, with a few of his stories. And, on David's behalf, we're all going to have to root for Florida. Tonight, March Madness, recrown the NCAA champ. Florida against Houston, who managed to kind of upset Duke. Certainly with a huge comeback. I mean, the Dukies thought they had that thing wrapped up at the half. Holy cow. All right, we're going to take a quick break, clear the room, and reset for Claire and Mark. They're going to show you what to do if you're charged by a grizzly bear. And they'll give you a little bit of an indication of what your reaction time needs to be and what your reaction time likely is going to be when a grizzly bear comes charging up behind you. It's all part of the Wyoming Game and Fish educational program that includes the genius Robo Bear. Don't worry, he's not dangerous. And we've got video to share on the Cowboy State Daily about that. That'll be fun. So let's take a quick break here in this hour. Come back with more on the Robo Bear and how well Claire and Mark did facing that mean, hangry bear. We'll be right back on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
In 2023, arm pump was holding me back. After a successful treatment at the McGinley Clinic in Wyoming, I can now focus on track instead of pain. The McGinley Clinic offers innovative, minimally invasive treatments for most sports injuries, including arm pump. They got me back to peak performance and back on the podium. Go check out McGinley Clinic today.
Well, it's a good thing this was not a real grizzly bear that was charging on Clara McFarlane and Mark Hines, or Cowboy State Daily would be down one journalist at the minimum. Yeah, Mark, we expected more from you. You're the experienced outdoorsman, but I had a feeling Claire would be quick to the can, and she was, her can of bear spray. But she admitted she kind of cheated. Both Clara McFarlane and Mark Hines took part in the Wyoming Game and Fish program using a facsimile of a charging bear called Robo Bear as he makes his way rumbling towards you on his little cart platform. The idea is you got to be able to get to your can of bear spray, make sure the safety is off, and then get it pointed and then fire. Now, these cans of bear spray, while they're under pressure, it doesn't have the actual pepper spray in them. Otherwise, people would be tearing up. But it is a kind of a fun thing to see play out when it's just in fun. Mark Otten, the Game and Fish large carnivore biologist and Bear Wise Wyoming coordinator, has been touring the state with Robo Bear. At each event, he shares a little bit of wisdom about staying safe in grizzly country, and then he busts out the free cans of bear spray, the real stuff, for folks to take with them. And then there'll also be the longest line there will be for folks to take part in the actual charge drill when the bear comes after you, and you have your back to the bear, and at the last second, Otten will say, "Bear, bear, bear," and you're supposed to turn around and get the safety lock off your can of bear spray, whirl around, and blast away. And it's not easy, as evidenced by our own Clara McFarlane and Mark Hines. Here's the video of those two participating in the program, Wyoming Game and Fish. It's pretty fun to watch. Here's Claire. She does really well her first time. They're both standing there. Here comes the bear.
And Mark is dead.
And Mark is dead. Here's attempt number 2, and Mark does better on attempt 2. Here comes the bear. Look out, turn around, and well, that bear was moving pretty fast that time. So, yeah, it's a teachable moment. It's a lot of fun. It's all fun and games till somebody loses an appendage. But, yeah, let's check in with Sally Ann Shermer on the phone. Okay, Sally Ann, you with us?
Yes. Hello.
I think I got it all worked out right. Hi, how you been?
I've been great. How was your vacation?
Oh, it was glorious. I enjoyed it.
Good.
Beautiful
Welcome
weather.
Home.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
It's a tough transition, but it's okay.
Well, it looks like we're going to have spring in central Wyoming this week, so that's a good thing at least.
Yeah.
Very, very mild temperatures, and like they're saying 70s, like mid 70s by the end of the week. So that'll be fantastic. So that'll be wonderful.
Man, weather like that has the robins showing up. I was asking people today, sandhill cranes, they come in, about last month, you'll see them. And then the mountain bluebird, and then finally the robin. And you can be assured spring is here when you see those robins. And I heard that they're out and about in the Casper area.
Wow. I personally have not seen any yet, but that is a good harbinger of spring, and that's great. So we've made it.
Yeah.
Even though winter was relatively mild, we've made it. That's always a great hopeful sign, isn't it?
I haven't seen one yet either, so we're counting on our listeners who say that robins are out in Casper, so we know that. All right.
Well, that's great. That's good.
That's good news. I did see a little bit of the NCAA game yesterday, the women, and I'm just so glad for Paige and finally going out with the championship for UConn. I'm not a huge UConn fan, but her story I think just captured everybody, and what a way to go out! Fun game.
And I love that coach. I mean, 40 years, that's a long time. That's a long time.
Yeah.
So I was actually very, very happy with that outcome. And I was more happy with the outcome this is no secret, but the Houston win over Duke just kind of made my month, made my week, I'm sure you could hear me screaming in far parts of Wyoming, but I just thought that was absolutely fantastic. And so I'm really now looking forward to tonight's game. Well, frankly, before I really wasn't, because I was like, oh, it's just going to be, who and blah. But now I'm very interested in tonight's game. And, it's something that it's a rite of passage. It's kind of like the Super Bowl for me. I always watch it because I know that it's the end, sadly. So we'll be tuned in, and, I think it'll be a pretty evenly matched game, and it'll be interesting to see. I'm still kind of surprised that Florida is there. Of course, I'm not a Florida follower necessarily, and so the fact that they got a number one seed was not something that I was expecting because I hadn't been following them. So it's a rite of passage to watch tonight, and we'll do that, and then it'll be spring for sure because basketball will be over. So there you go.
Yeah, that'll be kind of bittersweet. So you're not necessarily a Cougar fan, Houston fan. You're just anti-Dookie.
Oh, big time.
Okay.
Big time. Yeah. And and it goes back for decades, and for reasons that I really can't share publicly on the radio, but it's kind of a little bit of a family thing, and it's I'm an anti-er instead of a pro-er, and I feel badly about that, but that's just the way just the way the cookie crumbles with me. So there you go. So hey, how about, I think you were back by then, but the indoor practices at UW on Saturdays have been, even though they've been inside because of the weather, they've been really well attended. Coach Savell, has opened them to the public. And they had a clinic for kids on Saturday. They had almost 300 little kids inside the IPF on Saturday morning before practice. So I think that's just fantastic what he's doing for community outreach and, making all those little kids into fans. And there were girls there too, boys and girls, little tiny kids. So I think that that's really hopeful and really something to be excited about down there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it has to change. We talk about all the things that need to change with collegiate sports and all the things that are wrong with it. And some of it, the culture changes so slowly, Sally. And like, you can make rules if the NCAA wants to say, all right, we're going to do this now with the transfer portal. We're going to do this now with the NIL money. There can be rules that can change tomorrow. But to change the culture of what makes an athlete say, I don't want to play at this school anymore, I want to play at that one, that culture change happens when you're young and little, and it takes a while. You got to build that, and it takes a while to build up that
right.
And I think they're doing it right in UW. They're getting to the kids anyway.
Well, I think so too, and you have to be creative. I mean, when you don't have, multi-gazillion billionaire mega industrialists at your front door begging you to take the checks. You have to be creative, and I think that this is one way to do it. And hats off to them, because I think they're in this case, I think they're doing this the right way. And so it'll be exciting, and they just barely have started to hit. And so thankfully that means not a lot of injuries. There've been a couple of injuries, I know, during practice, because that's always going to happen. But apparently we've avoided the big, oh no, injuries so far. Knock on wood, because we got a ways to go. But so far, so good from Laramie. So that's a really positive sign.
Yeah, Coach Savell called it Super Combat Saturday. There was a lot more physical than normally the spring football, where they just sort of go through the motions and barely touch each other. Like there was some pad popping going on, I heard, and that's cool.
Yep, that is cool. And for the first time, the defense kind of took the lead, which everybody was kind of expecting them to do, because they always say the defense is ahead of the offense. So it's nice to hear that really did take place on Saturdays. And every practice moving forward, I mean, we've only got I think 3 left, but every Saturday practice moving forward is also open to the public. And then the spring game is set for April 26th. And I'm proud of him. I mean, granted, okay, so we're not like a top 10 program, but I'm troubled that that a lot of schools are just completely canceling spring games, because they think that it's another way to get kids poached off their teams when people see the film of spring games, which I never in a million years would have heard of and would have thought of. And 5 years ago, nobody would have been talking about that. But we're still going to have, apparently, as far as I know, Wyoming's still going to have a spring game, as those aren't real. I mean, they're not really game simulations, but they're closer than just a practice. So that'll be on the 26th, and folks can go down and enjoy the day and see that. And that'll be good too. So we're excited about that. It looks like Sonny's getting a couple guys into the corral, and that's good. And so things are looking up down there. So that's good.
Yeah, on the women's side of things, Alice Fertig took part in that All-Star game. She had a pretty good outing, and maybe the WNBA is in her future. She's got a agent, and she hopes that's in her future to get paid to play the game. She's pretty good.
Yeah, she is pretty good. And maybe Europe is the place for her to start. And a lot that's been very successful for a lot of players too. And so, wherever she starts out, we wish her all the best. And gosh, it's been great to watch her play, from, living in Glendo and commuting to Douglas every day and playing for Douglas. And she's truly a homegrown girl. So it'll be great to watch her and see what happens to her in the future too.
Let me ask you, getting back to, the women's game last night, UConn and Paige and all that, as a coach's daughter, and let me ask you a little bit of insight into being a longtime coach like Gino, coach of UConn, and especially, I think, for me, coaching, the other gender, so a male coach coaching female players, and doing it the way Gino has, kind of old school. And the way I say old school is he doesn't baby his players. He is the hardest on them. And they'll be the first to tell you that. When the game was over and Paige went and came out of the game, she embraced the coach and they were hugging for a few seconds. And when asked later, what did you say? Coach Gino said, I just said, I love you. That's all I could think to tell Paige. Paige said, I hate you, is what she said. She told the coach. Now, she was just kidding around, but she's often said, it's a love-hate. He's the guy, there's been some times where I wanted to kill him because he just pushed me to be a better player. Are we seeing the last of this kind of a coach? That's what I want to ask you, Celia, where we're in a snowflake world and everybody needs to be a pat on the back and they're doing great. Can you coach the way this guy does anymore?
No, No, you
Oh.
can't. And I think he is the last of his breed. I mean, he's been doing it for 40 years. When he started, everybody was doing it that way. Also, when he started, may I say that almost all coaches of female teams were men, and so that's obviously changed immensely as well. But I do not think you can coach that way anymore and be successful, because I think the players are different. That's why it's not the coach so much as I think the players' mindset are different. They've been coddled since AAU ball. They've been coddled since their parents paid exorbitant fees for them to be on the right AAU team when they're 8 years old, and they travel the country and they fly to national tournaments when they're 8 years old and 10 years old and 12 years old. And I personally believe the coddling of the players by parents and by coaches who think that that's the only way they can keep these kids is the reason that you cannot coach that way anymore and be successful. And he is really the last of his breed. And I mean, he's a great, I think he's a great guy and I love following him, but what else is there for him to do? I mean, honestly, great. He's got a phenomenal freshman in Sarah Strong, and he always seems to reload the corral, but at what point is his wife going to say, okay, that's it? And so I think that, and he had some great takes in a press conference on Saturday, the day between the games, about how his wife is such an integral part of everything they do. And, the players come to his house to see his wife, not to see him, which I thought was kind of hilarious.
Mhm.
And, whenever he's particularly rough on them, or they have a problem that they feel more comfortable talking to, a mother type figure about, then they go to his wife, Kathy, instead of to him. And it's kind of a couple thing. It's kind of a joint thing. She doesn't get a lot of credit, but, at what point are they just going to say, that's it, we've done everything we can do, and it's time to, go do whatever it is else they want to do. So nobody makes those retirement decisions the day of the championship or the day after the championship. And I don't know what kind of contract he's got. I mean, obviously he can be there the rest of his life if he wants to be, but you just wonder how long it's going to go when it's been 40 years and he's reached the pinnacle numerous times. How much longer is it going to go? But in answer to your question, no, I do not think you can coach like that anymore. And I think that a young coach, a really young coach, just getting his foot in the door, giving an opportunity to coach women, I think cannot coach that way.
Yeah.
Cannot.
I just don't know if people can appreciate the fine line you have to walk as an old school, an OG coach who is not going to coddle his players. He's going to get the best out of them. He's, while it's going on, the 4 years you spend there, you may not enjoy some days of practice, but in the end, you're going to look back and you say, that guy was my best coach. He pushed me, all the players will tell you that, but can you do that anymore with players today? And Sally Ann says no. Nope. And especially when you're, maybe women can yell at women, but when an older man has to yell at a young lady about her game, it just seems so hard to do today. And that's a coach who's been doing it for decades and been doing it right, because when they come out better players, and they come out loving them in the end. There just may be some days of practice where it's not all that great, but yeah,
exactly.
I think that'd be a great time for Coach Gino to ride off into the sunset, especially if Sarah Strom comes out. I mean, as a freshman, she could declare for the draft today.
I know,
and she was so good.
Yeah. I did not realize till this weekend that her mom is the director of player development for the Boston Celtics.
Ooh.
So she comes from big time basketball lineage, and that's one of the reasons that she chose UConn over South Carolina, was so she could be closer to home, because her mom is living in Boston and working in Boston, and so it was a very insightful interview, and I learned a lot about this girl that I didn't know anything about. But one of the things is that her mom had a great career in the WNBA, and then is now currently the director of player development for the Boston Celtics, which is another thing you don't see very often, is women in the front office of NBA teams, and so that's a really cool development to witness as well. So I think women's sports are growing phenomenally, and I think the interest. Last year we were all crediting Caitlin Clark, and probably deservedly so. But this year I think that interest has hung on, and I think people are still very, very much interested in the women's game because it's a great game. I mean, they play great basketball, and it's really fun to watch. And, so kudos to all of them.
Yeah, Caitlin raised the national interest in women's basketball for sure, but it wasn't a gimmick. It wasn't a one-trick pony.
Exactly.
We've maintained that level with players like Paige and Sarah and all these. It was a really entertaining game yesterday. I mean,
it was.
It had everything.
It did. And again, to see some teams that you would think maybe would have been there, like LSU, bounce out, and it's good to see. I mean, South Carolina is obviously a thoroughbred, and so is UConn, but there were some other ones that could have snuck in there that didn't, and I think it made for a great game, and the fact that UConn just absolutely dominated from the beginning. I mean, Dawn Staley, she was very classy also after the game, and she just said, they were the better team today, and they deserve to win this game. And I mean, when you lose by almost 30 points, what are you going to say? I mean,
yeah.
That's kind of what you need to say. So it's been fun, and tonight will be very interesting, and then we'll move on. We'll turn the page, as they say, because basketball will be over. So there you go.
Florida's defense, watch out. Houston's not going to score 60 against this team.
No, I don't think so either. But Houston's defense is pretty darn good too. So we'll see. You just wonder who expended more gas in their tank on Saturday, and it's a pretty quick turnaround, and it's the biggest stage there is, and so we'll see who has the jitters and who can calm down, and the thing is, if Houston gets down, they know that they've come back before because they were down the other night. I mean, I literally almost had to stop watching. I was so upset.
Yeah.
But thank God I didn't. You know what I mean?
How much does that help Houston's mindset, knowing, well, no matter how much we're down, we've done it before, or a lot of times when you make a big comeback like that, you make such a withdrawal from the emotional bank that it's hard to put that back. I mean, that's such an emotional drain to come back from a game like that.
Oh,
how do you get up for Florida tonight? I don't know.
Absolutely, yeah. I do know it's going to be like a home game for Houston. I mean, there are a jillion Houston fans in San Antonio from the looks of everything, and they're all in. They have bought in completely, and so I think it should be like a home crowd for Houston tonight, which will be fun. So I'm looking forward to it, and I'm rooting for the Cougs, and we'll see what happens.
Good deal. Well, great to hear from you again, Sally Ann. You're one hit better. You got the next one to go.
Next one to go about 3 weeks from now, and we're trying to get the fixed one stronger before we do the second one, but life is good and everything's doing well, and I appreciate all the well wishes because it's really helped, and I'm grateful that it's on the road. So as they say, so we're getting our mojo back, as they say. So good. Nice talking to you. Welcome home, and we'll do it again next week. Okay.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Jake.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you, Sally Ann. Sally Ann Shermer joining us every Monday in the third hour. We're going to take a quick break. Come right back with This Day in Wyoming History of the Cowboy State Daily.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here, hour 3 of our Monday morning show. It's time for This Day in Wyoming History. This day in national history. Well, it's National Beer Day, April 7th, annually recognizing the world's most widely consumed alcoholic beverage. And sitting just behind water and tea, it is the third most popular drink in the world. Beer. Of course. We'll tell you why April 7th is National Beer Day coming up here in a moment. But first, this day, 1870, residents of Miner's Delight, led by Captain Herman G. Nickerson, who made his fame in the Civil War, by the way. They attacked a band of Arapaho led by Black Bear, killing 14. The raid had intended to intercept and attack a party of Arapaho under Little Shield. Little Shield's band had attacked 2 residents of Miner's Delight the day before. Tensions ran high between the local residents of Miner's Delight and the Arapaho on the Wind River Reservation. And Black Bear just happened to be leading a group of Arapaho who had nothing to do with the incident when they were attacked mistakenly by Captain Herman Nickerson and his group. 14 dead in that skirmish. Black Bear and his band of Indians were merely on the way to Camp Brown in order to take part in some trading. That happened on this day in 1870. This day, 1892, dissension came to a head in the Johnson County invasion, resulting in Frank Wolcott resigning command of the expedition, ceding it to Tom Smith and Frank Canton. To add to the difficulties of that whole Johnson County war, the invasion that got going, the parties, Smith and Canton, broke into two different groups, and some of the men became lost in the night during a blizzard, and Wolcott survived. By the way, Frank Wolcott survived only by sleeping the night in a haystack. That's what I would look for in a blizzard. Just bury yourself in a haystack, stay warm, and all that hay has insulating properties. Smart move, Wolcott. This day, 1922, ground was broken for the town of Parco. Parco, Wyoming still exists today, but pretty much known today as Sinclair. It's the site of the Sinclair refinery, but one time back in the day known as Parco. At the time of its founding, it was the location of a very nice hotel on the Lincoln Highway. The hotel's buildings still exist, but the hotel itself has long been closed. Parco, Wyoming. Ground broken this day to create that town on this day in 1922. April 7th, 1922, U.S. Secretary of the Interior leased Naval Reserve Number 3, known as the Teapot Dome, in Wyoming to Harry Sinclair. This day, 1933, this is the reason why we have National Beer Day. It was this day, 1933, that Prohibition was repealed for beer of no more than 3.2% alcohol by weight. Previously, any beer above 3.2%, which is fairly watered down if you're an adventurous beer drinker, it was this day that it was finally repealed, and the president at the time was, I want to say, Woodrow Wilson. Could it have been Woodrow Wilson? But I know that at the time, the president said he signed the repeal and then said, I think I'll have a beer. Of course. Right? Where is that? I don't know what I did with that story. I had a link to that, and now I can't find it. 1933 Prohibition. That's got to be. Well, I don't want to say it's got to be. I really don't know my presidents. No, it was, President Franklin Roosevelt. Oh, yeah, we got to go way further back. Yeah, March 22nd, 1933, President Roosevelt signed into law the Cullen-Harrison Act legalizing beer with an alcohol content of 3.2% or higher. And it was April 7th, this day, that it finally went into law. And, I think he said, half jokingly, I'll celebrate by having a beer. Also, this day in history, 1943, the sale of coffee was banned in Cheyenne and Casper due to violations of wartime rationing restrictions. All the coffee we could find or produce was sent overseas to our troops. Coffee in Cheyenne and Casper banned during the wartime efforts, 1943. This day in 1947, United States versus Wyoming. arguing in front of the United States Supreme Court. The topic was the ownership of school sections and a suit that had been brought by the U.S. against Wyoming over controversy regarding oil royalties and the resulting ownership of school section land within the state of Wyoming. This day, 1994, 5.2 magnitude earthquake occurred about 90 miles outside of Evanston, Wyoming. 1994, where were you on this day in history? April 7th. But National Beer Day, that's all you need to know about today, April 7th. As we will take a look at the boys and girls soccer scores from over the weekend, and we'll do a little bit of rodeo as well when we come back in the final hour of the Cowboy State Daily Show coming up. Right now, quick weather break from Down Day. It's the day weather forecast.
Well, the warmer temperatures and the more spring-like weather that arrived over the weekend after a very chilly, wintry week last week, well, we're going to start off this new week with some typical April weather. Mild temperatures, there'll be some breezy areas, but many areas will enjoy the 50s and 60s today. Now, for Tuesday and Wednesday, it stays mild, but winds will pick up and some April showers and even a few thunderstorms will be found over the northern half of the state as we get into Tuesday and Wednesday afternoon and evenings. But for the most part, this week ahead is going to be mild and very spring-like. More active weather will wait till next weekend.
Thank you, Don. That's the day weather forecast. Looking sunny across the state, maybe a little breezy with high 70s for some folks, 60s for the most of us, maybe 50s. But that'll do for Wyoming. We've had some mountain bluebirds sighted. Several folks have chimed in saying they've seen that harbinger of spring. And some folks in the Casper area say they've seen robins already. That would be kind of early, but obviously not impossible. We'll get to more in the final hour. Lots to do, including Dale Killingbeck on the show. The Cowboy State Daily Show continues after the top of the hour news break.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Monday, April 7th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Well, even in Wyoming, there's been a divided response to President Trump's February executive order to stop minting new pennies. The logic behind the move is simple. With a minting expense over 3.5 times its face value, the cent is in the red. But ironically, the order catalyzed a craze for the latest batch of coins. In Wyoming, businesses and banks weighed in on the initial order with mixed reactions. But Cowboy State Daily's Zachary Sontag spoke to coin collectors and dealers whose perspective goes beyond economics.
I talked to David Brockman, owner of the coin shop in Cheyenne, and his perspective was very firm. He does not want to see the penny go away. He says that gives us a connectedness to our sweat equity and our labor, and it reminds us of the work we've done.
Americans are undoubtedly losing money on pennies. In 2024, the Treasury lost $85 million by minting billions of new cents. So only time will tell if 2025 becomes a key date coin worth collecting. A Wyoming native and University of Wyoming alumnus died Thursday night during a professional bull riding event in Texas after a bull stepped on his neck. About 2,500 people witnessed the fatal incident at the Wharton County Youth Fair's PRCA Extreme Bulls event, in which Dylan Grant was fatally injured. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland spoke to the rodeo announcer who watched it all happen.
The announcer told me it wasn't the worst wreck I've ever seen. It was not. And the kid got up and he ran straight to the corner where paramedics were stationed. So they had him in an ambulance 15 seconds off to the hospital. And then it was, of course, shocking to his loved ones and to spectators later to learn that he had died.
Grant grew up in the Jackson area and was a state champion bull rider for Jackson Hole High School in 2018. He moved to Pavilion with his parents during high school and later attended the University of Wyoming. Well, in the bitter cold and darkness of the early morning hours of December 20th, 1983, a U.S. Army veteran who was working as a unit operator for a power plant went to the home of friends and a co-worker outside Gillette and killed the homeowner, his girlfriend, and her 2 young sons, then blew up the kitchen with a pipe bomb. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck spoke to 2 former Gillette PD detectives who remember well the tragedy that unfolded on the night that 28-year-old Dale Chamberlain also took a hostage and killed a Gillette police officer.
He went to a home of some friends, killed her children, and then her boyfriend, and then went to the house of a woman that he had worked with and also apparently he tried to have a romantic relationship with, and took her hostage, and then proceeded to shoot 2 police officers who showed up across the street.
The standoff ended when Chamberlain was killed by one of his own bombs. Gillette Deputy Chief of Police Brent Wasson told Cowboy State Daily the department continues to have a memorial service for Officer Hardy every year, and a special memorial spot in the building honors their only officer who was shot and killed in the line of duty. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicholas and Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
Well, Yellowstone National Park is the perfect place to simultaneously observe the wonders of nature and the short-sighted, ill-informed decisions of tourists and visitors. But there may never be a tourist as short-tempered, loud, and willfully destructive as Donald Duck. Donald and his mischievous nephews visited Yellowstone in the Oscar-nominated animated short Good Scouts, produced by the Walt Disney Company in 1938. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi spoke to a retired park ranger who confirmed that Donald's antics would land him in hot water if he wasn't a cartoon character, that is.
He said just off the bat, just scratching the surface in terms of violations, they'd get him for tying a tent off to a tree, improper food storage, disturbing wildlife by hitting a grizzly, which is never a good idea, littering, enter a thermal feature, which is thermal trespass. There's a big caveat on that. You can't sight a duck.
Donald should be grateful that he's a fictional character who can't be cited for his egregious conduct in Yellowstone. Otherwise, he'd face serious fines and a substantial stint in the jail of the Yellowstone Justice Center at Mammoth Hot Springs. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
No young person should ever have to worry about having a safe place to sleep at night, or a warm meal to eat, or whether anyone cares about them.
But the reality is, 1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year.
But the good news is, there's an organization making a big difference. Covenant House.
For over 50 years, Covenant House has been helping youth in crisis and giving them the support and the tools they need to succeed in life.
I have no words to express how Covenant House changed my life. They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, and love, most of all love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges, and their lives are transformed.
Covenant House is changing the lives of young people in cities across America.
To learn more, go to covenanthouse.org today. Thank you for caring.
We're back for the final hour of Cowboy State Daily Morning Show on a Monday. I'm back. The cat's back. Big thank you to Shireen and Bags for covering. They were great. Big thanks to my neighbors for watching the cat who just kind of hung out outside in the Wyoming winter, spring. He's happy I'm back, though. We're going to take a look at the weekend soccer scores, high school soccer in a moment. But I did want to touch on another sporting event first, and that's rodeo. Still can't believe Dylan Grant, the bull rider, killed in that Texas event last week. I read that early Friday morning just from friends and family, and I thought, that can't be. That's got to be a mistake. It's just horrible. We'll talk about that, some of the efforts going on as mourning continues over that lost young man, just 24 years old, killed in a PRCA extreme bull riding event last Friday down in Texas. Dylan Grant. I met Dylan a couple of times, know the family, and he was a great bull rider, really good. Grew up in the Jackson area, rode for the college at UW, and then turned pro, pulled his PRCA pro rodeo card, and had a great future ahead of him. Just one of those freak things. I mean, rodeo is inherently dangerous. Certainly bull riding is. We'll talk more about that and other stories coming up. First, we got to get to these fascinating stories from this guy, Dale Killingbeck. Dale, man, I got to say, glad to be back. Good to see you again. You had some great stories. I loved reading them in the airport while I was delayed. I had like 3 hours of time, and I read your stories. Fantastic.
Thank you, Jake. Like your tan.
Thanks. Yeah, I've been working on it for 2 weeks. That and my tolerance to tequila and beer. It's National Beer Day. I did my part over the last 2 weeks, that's for sure.
Okay.
Let's start with this. You know, when I talked to Greg this morning, this 1983, reliving this horrific rampage. This guy went on a killing spree, used automatic weapons, pipe bombs, killed a family of 4, 2 officers responding to the scene. One of them killed, the other shot at. This is something, you know, back in the 80s in Gillette, Wyoming, that, you know, law enforcement didn't really have the capability of dealing with something like this. You know, SWAT teams and mobile, the units we have today, they were overwhelmed by this guy who just lost it.
Yeah, absolutely. And what the other strange thing about that time is that the guy calls in a burglary in progress across the street so he can kill the officers, so he can shoot at the officers, you know, and he converted his weapons to automatic, spent 2 weeks making pipe bombs and getting his ammo already. So yeah, it's just a terrible story, you know, and you think about Gillette was a rowdy place back then, but nothing, you know, like that, like they were confronted with that day.
Yeah.
And it was bitter cold. Both of them, both the detectives that were there and responded, they said it was so cold, you know, guys freezing, you know, police officers freezing as they're out there, you know, trying to deal with this hostage situation that developed as well.
Yeah, 30 to 40 below. I mean, that's legit. No fun to do anything in that kind of environment. But you managed to talk to somebody that was on the police force back then. He remembers it. And, you know, there had been some homicides over the years when he was working in the 70s and 80s. But this is nothing, you know, 4 people in one family. This is like a sign to maybe time to retire from the police force when Dale Chamberlain, 28-year-old, just went berserk. This all happened, I think, Dale, he was thwarted by a co-worker. He had a romantic relationship. She broke it off. She had a restraining order, and but did he go after her? He went after someone else. Who was the family?
Well, the family was there. The woman that was killed that had 2 sons, and she had a boyfriend, and she was living at his house, and she was a co-worker of his the girl that he had a romantic interest in, and so they apparently sided with, you know, the girl in this whole incident. She filed a sexual harassment complaint, and so detectives thought that possibly was a motive. Goes to their house, shoots her and 2 kids with automatic weapon, then waits for the boyfriend to come home, and then kills him, takes his truck or his vehicle to the woman's house that he had a romantic interest with that fired the sexual harassment complaint against him. So she wouldn't recognize his vehicle, takes her hostage, assaults her, and then, as morning dawns, calls in this burglary across the street.
Yeah, this is more than a thwarted lover getting back at like the girlfriend. This is like he's taking his anger out on especially the way he premeditated, driving a vehicle that wouldn't alert the girlfriend, calling in the burglary so we get the cops. It was John Hardy, 26-year-old, who responded along with his partner, Dale Wright, 25-year-old. Hardy was shot in the neck and killed. He's remembered to this day. And I was talking with Greg. I like the idea that we don't have the shooter, the guy I'm going to call the madman, Dale Chamberlain. We don't have his photo as the lead photo. We have instead John Hardy, the officer that's lost, so we can remember him. That is the lead photo of the story, the feature photo, I guess you'd call it. That's intentional, Dale?
Yeah, that's intentional. I mean, I wanted to honor his sacrifice, and honor what the police department did that day, what all the law enforcement guys did that day.
Yeah.
Because, they're putting their lives on the line, and it was just such a horrific, surprising, incident to be confronted with.
More history from Dale, but this one a little bit on the brighter side. Maybe her high school friends will remember her as Lorraine Day, a 1940 graduate of the Natrona County High School, but fans and folks in worldwide may remember her instead as Lori Anders when she changed her name. But she was very typical of the day and the time and the era where if you were a good-looking woman, you were a pinup. You were blonde bombshells were a dime a dozen, acting on TV, movies, for Hollywood films, and being in print ads. And this is a successful Wyoming girl, makes good and goes to Hollywood.
Yeah, she went to Hollywood. She was discovered in Hollywood at a nightclub as she was a cigarette girl. And this guy that has this stage show sees her, gives her a job, and that, she becomes like a protege, and he actually helps produce a movie, gets a movie together that's going to feature her later on.
And she kind of had a woman of many talents besides looking good, which is all you had to do in the 50s, apparently. That was all men were interested in, look good. And the Hollywood execs now, times are different, and but she could do stuff. I mean, she acted in this TV show. She was in a Western, which some critics say is the worst Western of all time. It's so bad it's good now. It's considered kind of camp. And she also sang a song. I mean, she did a lot of stuff.
Yeah, she had a hit record with Arthur Godfrey, and she apparently knew karate and
really.
And I guess she used that in the movie as well. She could dance, she could sing. So yeah, she was pretty talented, really.
Yeah.
And before she went, she was known in the community as a dancer. She was known in the community as a teenager for her dancing abilities.
Yeah, some of the paraphernalia from her, some of the things she wore in the Western. What is the name of that Western, by the way? That's, if I ever get a chance to watch it, I'm going to have to do it. The Marshal's daughter or something.
Marshal's daughter, yes.
Yeah, the Marshal's daughter. It gets like minus stars from Rotten Tomatoes. And it might be worth just watching for fun. But some of like the pair of chaps she wore, and some other things, like they wound up at a Casper museum.
Yeah, they're at the Fort Casper Museum. They have a display on her going on, I guess, through the end of the year. But yeah, they have an outfit and her chaps and the hit record that she had with Arthur Godfrey and some photos. And so it's a nice little display on her and her career.
That's pretty neat. To learn more about Lorraine Day or Lori Anders, however you came to know her, lived a nice long life, died in 1992. She's buried in Tarzana, California, where she died of cancer, I think. Pretty cool story. How did you come across? Were you reading those old newspapers again, Dale?
No, actually, that one came because I saw that the museum had something and they talked about this actress. So I went over there to check it out and see.
Interesting. And then I guess there's a favorite rest area that folks like to pull off on, Independence Rock Rest Area. Why is that more popular than your average rest area? It all has to do with Amanda Wilson.
Yeah, we received an email, about Amanda is somebody that like decorates the rest area for all the different holidays. And so we got an email from somebody saying, hey, check out this caretaker out at the Independence Rock Rest Area. So I went out there and interviewed her, and she really takes her job seriously. She said when she first got it, she started working there 4 years ago, and she got the contract from YDOT to do it like a year or so ago. But she saw that on a Thanksgiving, there was all these truckers there, but she's just thinking about, holidays and wanting to make things more special for people passing through. And so she decorated everything for Christmas, after that Thanksgiving holiday. And then she started doing it for all the different holidays. And so she's continued that throughout the years.
I was going to ask you, because I barely got a chance to read this one, that I thought originally I didn't understand that it was actually a job. Like, I thought she was just doing it, and YDOT just sort of turned a blind eye, like, oh, you go ahead, you go, girl. It's actual, like, is that normal for the Wyoming Department of Transportation to hire someone to dress up the rest areas?
She's a contract employee, and so her responsibilities is to take care of the rest area. She cleans the bathroom, she mows the grass, she shovels the snow on the sidewalks, empties the 16 trash cans that are there, and just keeps it up for everybody coming through. And so she lives at Independence Rock,
but goes the extra mile with really making it a neat stop.
Right. She wants to make it a special place when people stop by. And obviously Independence Rock is a place, where tour buses show up. She said there's some days like 7 Mormon tour buses that are in the parking lot. So she stays really busy during the year.
Yeah, busy and her handiwork is shown off. At least there's some rest stops in Wyoming where you can go through all this and maybe 5 people would see it in a given day. But yeah, that's a popular one and well-traveled. Great job. Great to learn more about Amanda and what she's doing for YDOT Independence Rock Rest Area. Cool stories, Dale. Kept me in. Anytime you're in an airport or wherever you do your reading, I highly recommend Dale Killingback's stories. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you, sir.
Have a great day.
You too.
Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and great to have Dale on. Check out those 3 stories. Reliving the early 80s rampage that saw a family of 4 killed along with 1 police officer, but we're remembering him always, still today, in the Gillette area. John Hardy, the man killed in that incident. Dale Killingback has that story of history. Also learn about the Natrona County High School grad, a blonde bombshell in her day who went from Casper, Wyoming to Hollywood. Way to go, girl. Lorraine Day or Lori Anders, however you knew her. And the story of Amanda Wilson, the 48-year-old who caretakes the Independence Rock Rest Area and goes the extra mile to make it special for travelers. These stories and more from Dale Killingback and the Cowboy State Daily. Check them out. Let's take our first quick break here. In the final hour, we'll be back with more, including the rodeo show. We'll talk rodeo and more about Dylan Grant, the bull rider, killed last week right after these.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker. New from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here on a Monday, April 7. Let's check some soccer scores over the weekend. High school soccer. Class 4A Friday, Green River over Rock Springs 5-1. This is boys soccer. Top-ranked Kelly Walsh wipes out Evanston 9-0 on Friday. Natrona and Riverton play to a 1-1 tie. 5th-ranked Thunder Basin upsets. A little bit of an upset. Number 5th-ranked Laramie, 2-2 tie in that one. Class 3A, top-ranked Powell, 9-1 over Lyman. Cody gets past Mountain View 6-0. Grace Hayes scored 4 goals for the Phillies. Calm down, Grace. Douglas, 9-0 over Newcastle. Moreland top Torrington, 2-0. Friday scores in boys soccer. On Saturday, Natrona County whitewashed Evanston 4-0. Top-ranked Kelly Walsh 3-0 over Riverton. The number 2 ranked Jackson Bronx 4-0 over Rock Springs. And a 2-0 final Thunder Basin over Cheyenne. Class 3A, top-ranked Powell 3-0 over Mountain View. Number 3 ranked Cody ran up Lyman 12-1 the final there, and Warland 2-0 over Newcastle. That's all. Wait, did I say that was boys soccer? That was girls soccer. Sorry, girls soccer. In the boys, Friday. What is the problem, Kat? This cat has to go outside. Stand by. This is Kat being thrown out the door music. Come on. Outside. All right, I'm back. Sorry. The cat misses me, and so do some listeners. That's nice. Welcome back, says Nancy. We missed you. Hope your time away was great. It was too short, but great. Nancy also said we had robins around Wheatland for about a month. Wow. I have not seen a robin yet. Not in Jackson, but in Wheatland it's a little warmer. Robins for about a month. Okay, back to boys soccer Friday 4A. Rock Springs 2-0 over Green River. Second ranked Thunder Basin 4-1 over Laramie. Kelly Walsh got past Evanston pretty easily, 9-0. And Riverton 1-0 over Natrona County. In 3A, Mountain View with a huge upset on the road. Mountain View beat top-ranked Cody in Cody 2-0. Nash Picola and Aiden Harmon scored as the Buffaloes pull off the road upset. Way to go, Mountain View. Second-ranked Powell got past Lyman 7-3. Douglas 3-0 over Newcastle. Torrington 1, Warland 1 in a shootout. 3-2 shootout win for the Blazers. On Saturday in the 4A, Natrona County 3-0 over Evanston. By my count, Evanston did not score a goal all weekend for the boys or the girls. Is that right? Oh, that's brutal. Yeah, their girls did not score on Friday. The Evanston girls did not score on Saturday. The boys did not score on Friday. They got beat 9-0. And they did not score on Saturday. So the Evanston Red Devils, a team near and dear to my heart, poor Elon Olive calling the games over there, they did not score a goal in 4 matches, boys and girls, all weekend. Ouch. Kelly Walsh 10-1 over Riverton. Thunder Basin got past Cheyenne South 8-0 with Diego Beza scoring 5 goals for the Bolts. Top-ranked Jackson 4-1 over Rock Springs. And in 3A Saturday games, top-ranked Cody, after the upset loss to Mountain View, got back in the win column with an 8-0 beatdown of Lyman. Mountain View 1-0 over second-ranked Powell, and Warland 6-0 over Newcastle. That's Wyoming High School sports and the scores over the weekend in soccer. Spring soccer season underway. Let's take a look at the Rodeo Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow. After that, we'll talk more about Dylan and the bull rider killed last Friday.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Good to have you along. Today, 3 straight national finals rodeo qualifications for Cade Bruno of Challis, Idaho. He joins us on the show. He's the number 2 ranked saddle bronc rider in the world. Today, we talk about the rodeo that propels him, Fort Worth, Texas. That conversation coming up next.
Treasure Bull Test is your source for performance-tested Cowboy Kind Black Angus bulls. Tuesday, April 15th, 110 athletic, masculine, long-sided, and heavily muscled bulls that stand on good bones and sound feet sell at Western Livestock Auction in Great Falls, Montana. Measured for every important performance and carcass trait, all the while being developed for the most critical purebred breeder and commercial cattlemen alike. Sale time is 1 o'clock, also broadcast on Northern Livestock Video. For more information, visit treasurebulltest.com.
You're invited to Stetsons and Stilettos May 2nd at Swift River Ranch, the fundraising event for the Nile Foundation that provides scholarships to students pursuing careers in agriculture. Stetsons and Stilettos is reimagined this year with a more casual atmosphere. Enjoy the auctions, the Kentucky Derby Calcutta, and live music and dancing to Exit 53. Buy a table, buy a ticket, or pay a cover charge to enjoy the band, but do come and support the Nile Foundation's scholarship program. Purchase tickets online at thenile.org.
You know, all these winter rodeos are pretty dang cool, and I didn't have a lot of luck. I didn't have any luck there in San Antonio either. And, you know, I just kind of chipped away at the rest of them, winning a little here and there, but it's always a goal of mine to win one. You know, every year we get to go into these winter rodeos, and you know, my goal is always to win all of them, but really and truly to win Fort Worth and to win San Antonio and to win Houston, and you know, those building rodeos are pretty prestigious, and all of them are on my bucket list. But to be able to cross one off, and Fort Worth, I wouldn't say a hometown rodeo, but that's the closest rodeo to me from where I'm living down here. It's 35 minutes to the Coliseum, so winning that one was really cool. It's always been one of my favorite rodeos. I've always had good luck at Fort Worth, and Jim Gay brings a great set of horses in there. You know, he does well with it. It's, like I said, one of my favorite rodeos, and I was tickled to get the win.
Saddle bronc rider Cade Bruno from Challis, Idaho, rodeoing down in Texas right now, headed for the spring run in California, ranked number 2 in the race for the world title. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Back to it. Thank you, Will. Thank you, Western Ag Network, for the Rodeo Roadshow. Well, sad news in the rodeo world, certainly. Going back last Friday, April 3rd, when I don't know if last Friday was April 3rd. Friday is when I heard news of it. So April 3rd was the Thursday. Yeah. The event was on Thursday, April 3rd. I heard about it Friday morning, April 4th by then. And then, our story, Claire McFarland had that story later in the day. Dylan Grant killed in that bull riding event. Pro rodeo bull rider from Pavilion. He grew up in the Jackson area. He rodeoed for the Jackson High School team. Locally, went on to UW, rodeoed for the college, for the university there, and then finally went pro on the PRCA network. He pulled his pro card, 24-year-old. He was competing down there at an Extreme Bull event, Extreme Bull Riders event. About 2,500 people witnessed the fatal incident at the Wharton County Youth Fair, PRCA Extreme Bulls. Announcer Robert Blue Jeans described the event for our own Claire McFarland, talked about the ride that, you know, it didn't look, the wreck didn't look anything worse than, you know, you typically see when a rider comes off a bull. Dylan Grant, I've watched a lot of his bull rides through the years. And he's really good, really good. He was the last rider of the night, and he got bucked off, and he got stepped on. It looked like he was hung up on the rope a little bit. Finally got stepped on in the neck, and it didn't seem that bad. And Dylan, though, knew something was wrong. Dylan ran straight to the paramedics in the corner of the arena where the ambulance was. He knew something was wrong. Paramedics got to him very, very quickly, and despite their work on scene in the ambulance and then later life-flighted, Dylan Grant did not survive. 24-year-old, just shocking news for the whole state of Wyoming. Anybody in this area, Jackson Hole, they all knew him. He later moved with his family to Pavilion, but yeah, he's definitely one of Wyoming's own. Had a great bull riding career in front of him, and just a freak accident. I mean, these things hardly ever happen. Bull riding is dangerous, no doubt. And it's not the first death in bull riding, and it probably won't be the last. But they've made the sport as safe as you can make it anymore. And just a rare incident for Dylan. I feel terrible for the Grant family, the Robertson family here in Jackson. A lot of folks knew him. I met him a couple times, both he and his brother. Yeah, tough news. Claire McFarland has that story about the bull rider, Dylan Grant, and gone too soon. There are tons of efforts going on, legitimate efforts for fundraising, and including ways to remember Dylan. I know on Facebook and on other social media places, you may see a chance to perhaps purchase a wristband that has Dylan's name on it. Double Tough, and I think those are out or coming out soon. So don't miss your chance to get one of those if you feel so inclined. But just sad news about Dylan Grant in the rodeo world, and you never think this kind of stuff happens anymore, but it does. Bull riding still remains one of the most dangerous things you can do in sports, for sure. Renee Jean has a story about Eaton's Ranch. They're getting their due lately, and it couldn't have come at a better time. Eaton's Ranch, going back a few months ago, had to be evacuated for that elk fire. You remember that big fire that threatened the ranch? This is one of the most famous ranches, dude ranches in the country. In fact, it is the oldest dude ranch in the country. They were taking dudes, and by dude ranch defined as allowing guests on your property for the intent of showing them the ranch life, taking them on horseback rides, etc. I mean, it didn't occur to ranchers previous to 1879, really, until Eaton started doing it. And they said, they found, like a lot of early ranches found, dudes pay the bills. Dudes winter a lot better than cows. And they end up paying the bills a lot better than cows. And Eaton's remained a working ranch, but a working dude ranch. And all the way back to 1879, they've been doing it in the Sheridan area. And a great story on how now, not only is Eaton's Ranch the oldest dude ranch in America, they're now the number one ranked. According to USA Today's annual rankings, America's number one dude ranch in the Wyoming Bighorn Range has been named, and it's Eaton's. Couldn't have come to a better ranch, couldn't have come at a better time. Eaton's was evacuated towards the tail end there, tail end of summer, going into fall, when that fire was just raging, and it got pretty bad. But a great story from Renee. She got a chance to talk to head wrangler Kristen Dwyer, and she told Renee all about the ranching biz in Eaton's. If you ever get a chance to spend some time at this ranch, historic, and there's a reason it's voted number one. That's by the way, the poll is from the experts, the folks who actually stay there. It's a poll from guests themselves who have stayed at the ranch. So you've impressed your guests, your dudes, to the point where they vote you number one. And it's just good news for the oldest and now the best dude ranch in all the country, Eden's Ranch. And Renee has that story. Renee also has a story about Gen Z, the Gen Z generation, now known, I guess, as the tool belt generation. Gen Z, by the way, if you have to have the age group define it, which I do, I can't keep up with these generations, Gen X, Gen Z, Boomer, I don't even know what I am. Gen Z would be age range 13 to 28. That's pretty big expanse there, 15-year range. But let's say, late teens, early 20s. Late teens to mid 20s, let's say. So those early 20-somethings, these are kids that are right now graduating from high school or just graduating from college. And what Renee found is their choice, for the most part, is not necessarily the traditional 4-year, 6-year university or college life. It's actually choosing trade schools. Wyoming's trade schools are packed with Gen Z students, now known as the tool belt generation. These kids have watched their parents, their uncles, their older siblings go to college for 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, and come away with little more than a lot of college debt. Do you really need a diploma anymore? Man, some walks of life, some occupations, I'm sure you still do need the sheepskin, but anymore, it's not a bad idea to get right out there and get earning. One of the reasons for the popularity of trade schools is how quickly you can obtain your schooling, your training, and then get out there and start making money. Trade schools can take as little as 8 weeks, ranging on up to maybe 2 years. Some programs, 6 months. For instance, Wyotech teaches automotive students to be career ready for a job and a occupation in automotive repair. You can be out of that school, Wyotech, in as little as 9 months. Added electives can have you stay there a little longer, but in 9 months, you can be ready to go get a work at a garage. And man, if you've ever brought your car in the shop, these guys are getting paid decent money. I mean, where's that money going? Holy cow, it costs a lot to get your car fixed anymore. So why not? Whether it's diesel mechanics or whatever you want to learn, hands-on stuff, that's where Gen Z is preferring to go now, is these trade schools. The popularity of such has not escaped the notice of Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder, who has made it one of her cornerstones of her campaign. And then now that she's in the position to never forget that some schools, some high school kids, their career after high school may not be college. It may not be a university. It may be a trade school and into the job market a little quicker. She gets it, and it's more popular than ever. Renee Jean with a story about today's Gen Z tool belt generation opting for trade schools over the traditional 4-year university route. Good story from Renee in the Cowboy State Daily. Let's take a quick break. Be right back with the last section in the last hour of Monday's show right here on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust in wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
One more time before you wake up in the wild. In your eyes, I see a flower slowly dying.
Together with the Nature Conservancy, you have the power to make a difference. For unspoiled nature, for beautiful wildlife, and for people everywhere. Together, we can find a way to ensure that all life on Earth can thrive.
Oh, in the wild, you're gonna make it. The moonlight is here to take you.
Our natural world needs us now. Every day, we lose more lands, waters, and the wild species that depend on them. To learn more, visit nature.org today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Spell that real quick. COWBOY STATE DAILY. Or just have Eli do it. Eli Jernigan, 2-time state champ, heading to national competition again. And hopefully this time he doesn't get bounced out. Second time in a row he's going to the Scripps National Spelling Bee. It's held at the end of May in the world-famous Gaylord National Resort and Convention. Good luck to Eli. What's his secret to success? Well, studying. He admits he doesn't study as much as some, but he puts in the time. The story from Renee Jean highlighting Kemmer's 8th grader, Eli Jernigan, 2-time state spelling bee champion. He said he studies the 4,000-word list constantly. Maybe not as constantly as the actual winner last year. He said the guy who won, the kid who won the championship, national championship last year, it was, I think, a boy. Eli said there are people who spend almost every minute of their time studying for this. Last year, the champion said on weekends he spent 11 hours a day studying for the spelling bee. and on weekdays, 5 or 6 hours studying after school. Jernigan said he likes playing hockey and video games a lot more than he likes studying. So he doesn't have time for that kind of a schedule, but he does put in the time. He said he does more like, a couple hours a day during the week, brushing up on the 4,000 word list. These are the 4,000 words. Same list is used for the national competition. So Eli's ready. The same words are used for state competition, which Eli Jernigan has won now twice. He is the Wyoming's best speller, the Kemmer 8th grader. And the same 4,000 word list is going to be used again in Maryland at the end of May for the National Scripps Spelling Bee Championship. And Eli said he's as ready as he's going to be. Getting there. This is, I'm sharing photos from the story of Eli studying away the 4,000 words. But he won the 2024 state title and the 2025 state title. And for the second year in a row, Eli is headed to Maryland for the national championships. Good luck, Eli. Brush up on those words and don't tell him he's an underdog. He doesn't want to hear it. He's ready to win it all in the national championship. That's Wyoming's best chance, Eli Jernigan. Another couple of smart kids, how about 4 of them, that make up the Rad Rosette Robotics. Gillette 4th graders are going to compete in the World Vex IQ Championship. The competition is going to be held in, I think, Texas? Yeah, Dallas. May 6th through 14th, the World Championships. And 4 4th graders from Gillette are going to be going. Congratulations to Wyatt Norton, Thad Adels, Blake Bessel, and Lane Darrington. They are one of the 3 Rosette teams that have been competing since October. And next month, the 4 Campbell County 4th graders are going to represent their school district and the state of Wyoming in the elementary division of Vex IQ Robotics Competition World Championships set to take place in Dallas May 6th through the 14th. I'm excited for this team, the Rad Rosette Robotics team. Ready to go and compete in the international scene. That's cool. They've been at it for a long time and doing their robot stuff since October. Congrats, guys, and represent Wyoming well. Zachary Sontag's story about the penny. Can the penny just die already? Seriously, I can't believe we're talking about the penny. And I hope it's not become a Trump thing because Trump said he was going to eliminate the penny. It just should be a no-brainer kind of thing. Common sense. We don't need a penny anymore. I throw them away. I literally throw them in the garbage. If for some reason I do a cash transaction, which is becoming more and more rare, and for some reason the cashier forces upon me coin change, which I almost always, if I do a cash transaction, and if there are dimes and nickels, I'll usually leave those in the courtesy thing for the next person that comes along that needs a penny. Need a penny, grab a penny. That's now become like a nickel and dime. I can't even be bothered with a nickel and dime, and I hope that doesn't sound too Jackson Hole, ooh la la, but that's just me. I mean, a nickel ain't worth a nickel anymore. Who's walking around with a pocket full of nickels? What are you going to do with it? The vending machines don't even take that stuff anymore. What are you going to do with a nickel? You're not making phone calls. Nobody's even doing anything with cash anymore. And if you are, and if the cashier gives you change, and if somehow you take the change because you're busy in a conversation or you're not thinking and you're just doing something on muscle memory from 30 years ago, and you're like, oh, thank you for the change. You walk out, and you got a nickel and 3 pennies. What are you going to do with that? I literally throw it out. I find the nearest garbage can, I take the pennies, and I throw them out. Maybe that's horribly wasteful. The guy in this story says he throws them out too. The guy in this story is, who is the guy in this story? Zach Sontag wrote the story. Dan Norris, owner of D&J Coins in Sheridan. He admits, I've thrown pennies in the trash. So have I. Well, he does it when they're in bad condition. He says sometimes they're in horrible condition. They've been out in the rain. They've been buried in dirt. They're corroded. And they're just beyond. He said, I could take them to the bank and redeem them, but they're pennies, says Dan Norris. Exactly. They're pennies. And Dan Norris is like a coin collector. But Zach, who wrote the story, and Dan Norris speculate that, hey, wait a minute, don't pronounce the penny's death just yet. Because all indications are the penny may be eliminated as a form of currency, that may make all of a sudden penny collecting popular again. The 2025 Lincoln cent, the resale price of a 2025 Lincoln cent has been averaging about 25 to 50 times its face value, according to some coin and currency experts. Because presumably the 2025 Lincoln penny will be the last one we'll ever see. There'll be no more penny. Kids one day will ask you, what was the penny like? And you can bust out your 2025 penny. You can say, this is the last one ever made. So all of a sudden, those pennies are going for 50 cents. And that's about what it costs to make one. Which is why the penny needs to be eliminated. But an interesting story on the penny and where that's headed. If you're a penny collector, Zach Sontag says instantly more collectible. Nobody wants pennies until they're gone. President Donald Trump's order in February to stop minting new pennies has many people saying good riddance, but it's also caused a little bit of a buzz in the coin collecting world. Read more about Zach Sontag's story in the Cowboy State Daily. Interesting. That's going to do it for us. I think we're just about out of time, right? Yeah. But it's been a good day, a fun day, and a great to be back. Thank you, Shireen and Bags, for covering me in the 2 weeks I was gone. Good to be back in the seat. Wyoming continues to mourn the shocking death of a young bull rider after the freak accident. Gen Z quickly becoming known as the tool belt generation. They're opting for trade schools over colleges. Bear spring hunting? Well, be careful. Watch out for those hangry Bruins. Wyoming's Eaton Ranch, the oldest dude ranch, and now ranked number 1, according to a recent USA Today poll. These stories and a whole lot more on Monday. We'll do it again tomorrow, same time. Have a great Monday. Remember, it's National Beer Day. Celebrate responsibly.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.